Good morning. Today is 10th of June 2025 and we are going to be racing today. Today we are going to be racing at Scone. This is in New South Wales, Australia. We've got about 8 races today here. The ground rating is soft. The last finishing mile from the last bend to the finishing post is about 400 meters. And this is not a metropolitan track. This is a suburban track, and we have raced here a few times, but we are going to be racing here today again, and we'll see what we can do here. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. Once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock, when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock, or there are circumstantial changes, we do make changes with our picks, or we often step out if we do not understand what's going on. The idea is to make decisions that are worthy and in favor of us, and that's exactly what we try and do. It's horse racing, so we need to be vigilant. I've got 3 tabs open in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the races. The second one is RaceNet, where we take a look at the odds and the scratchings. And the third one is PalmerBet, where we take a look at the official winning numbers. So that's all that we have. We'll see if we got the feed.
And for Lisa can improve off the debut assignment. Couple of gear changes back at the home track. 5, 9, 8, and 7.
Okay, that's a look at the first 4 races on the program. We'll head up to a quick break, and when we return, we'll have a look at races 5 through to 8. They are the quaddy legs here in the upper 100 Scone.
Three has been scratched from the first race. 2817.
And then a bit of a stretch out or a jump out. The Smart Jazz at 21 managed the cycle at 26, then bullheaded at 41 at 13 under. Is at big odds. On at 55 though, Calico Miss in her first preparation is the favourite. I know Sterling Osmond's got an opinion of that filly.
Yeah, and I can see why. I loved her debut win. And Calico Miss, you'd hope would show some kind of speed settle there. Sheila's Fantasy should roll forward. It'd be interesting to see where Twilight Rock gets stepping up in trip also. And maybe Insight for Reward. They look to try and cover on her. She was very keen last start at Warren. But I'm tipping Calico Miss. I was actually surprised to have a look at the market when I got here, because she went from around $2.15 into now $1.55. So The money has come for her this morning, but this was the run out of Maiden Company, and I've done a lot of riding with Israel, and I'm of the firm opinion that if you get stuck 3 deep, you may just turn around and go home. But I thought there was plenty of merit in this. She was 3 deep. The trip was essentially a motorbike track from 800 to 400. You cover so much extra territory when you sit 3 deep. No doubt she makes stronger company here, but I love the good she showed over the good stages to jump up out of the ground late and finish within a couple of lengths of the winner. So she brings all the upside. She draws an inside gate. Surprised to see her, the money that has come from her. She's very short now. I probably overcomplicated this race in my head, but I have got her on top simply on upside. From the 4 in Shield's Fantasy, who I was on track when she broke the maiden last preparation. She got at the highway for 3 deep race with a breeze throughout. Simply good. She built in a pretty good form maiden. Instead of stacking winners out of that race, she's come back the right way with a win and a placing under her belt. She only has to bring that form away from the home track with the claim to stay with to be very competitive here. The 2 Insightful Award, just wanted to do things the wrong way. Last start there at Warren, it's the first time I've seen it from her. Usually she's happy to find a foot, feet, settle back and find the line, but back at the home track, she's toe in the ground with a senior rider on. She can turn things back around, and the top weight Twilight Rock. The concern's the weight, 62.5, 63.5 is the best, with a lightweight apprentice on board. So that has to be a little bit of a concern, but no doubt you'll appreciate getting back to the track, back to the home track and up in trip 3, 4, 2 and 1.
All right, we move on to race number 6, second leg of the quaddie, and this is a Class 1 maiden plate, and it is over the mile. We take out numbers 2, 4, 8 and 14. Favourite here is Oakfield Mercury, who comes to Scone for the first time. 3:10 in favourite for Chris Lees. Second to legs equally are Off the Scale and Stolen Summer. Off the Scale for the local trainer Lou Mary. Stolen Summer is also trained here by former Sarah and Leah Gavrini. So that pair $5. Geronimo is at $6.50. We've got Tianzi at $9.50. Best of the others then at $10 in Bolt Away Now. Spends a lot at $15 and Visualise at $17. Best of the others ahead of the second leg of the quaddie over the mile.
Well, this is a race that really changed complexion. There's a number of scratchings this morning, but Bolt Away Now looks to punch forward. I expect this to be copy and paste from last start Canada, where Oakville Mercury will find its back, and probably a couple of others that can press forward. But I made a case for Off the Scale here. She finishes now. It's interesting to note, Bolt Away Now works to find the front. Oakville Mercury finds its back, and then Off the Scale. She was settled a couple of pairs back, cut it up in amongst Albers, and I just don't think she appreciated it. So I'm tipping her, hoping that back at the home track we can see the best of her and have her a bit more genuine. She's drawn a bit awkwardly, hoping she can just drop off the main speed and have the last crack at him down the long run in here. But I could easily make a case for Oakfield Mercury, who tracked the leader on that occasion and done a good job. He hit the running rail at the top of the straight, and he got really unbalanced. He's done nothing wrong in 2 race starts to date. He's unlucky not to go back to back there in 2 race starts. The top weight Bolt Away Now, his first and second outrun were a little bit subpar in this preparation, and that was much better. He done a bit of work to cross from the gate. Just wary that on Gunnedah Cup Day, practice on speed to the event, so did that flatter him on the second horse. I think today we'll find out. But rails at 5 metres here today, so we could very much be in the same basket. And the 13 Stolen Summer, she can from start 1 to start 2. She's a local galloper for the Sarah and Gavin's team. She was going the impression that she's looking for the bar. She gets up today, 11.5.
All right, we move on to race number 7 on the program. Third leg of the quaddie, benchmark 58. The middle distance horses over the 1,700 metres. We take out 3 Bella Kathleen, 4 Style Bender, number 6 Kiltiki, French Delivery, number 13, and Crown, and number 15 are all out. Now, Shutter, clear-cut favourite. Not a good chance for Lou Mary, this mare by Divine Prophet. So she's the favourite over Johnny B. Swift, who's second to leg from Warwick Farm to Greg Hickman. 6.50 then about Point Out. Again, window winner. 3 backers. You just say Croatian Madam 9.50. Good to see Jeremy Gasker, the winner in town yesterday. Warrior at 12, Eagles Click there at 14. Best of the others. So Ticket to Dominico 17, not a bad one. At 18, 2.30, Shutter over local favourite, race 7.
Yeah, I love the way she's gone in this preparation. Shutter, speed-wise, Eagles can punch forward. So yeah, to see if Johnny B. Swift is as prominent, stepping back from the 23 to the 1,700 metres. And I also had being somewhere close to the speed, but probably a little bit of a perceived lack of tempo here. I'm keen on Shutter. I think the main.
Right, here is the first one that is there on the card today. At Scone, it's a 1,000-meter maiden race. If you look through the odds, that's 2, 8, 1, and 7. 2 is the favorite. I'll come to the card, but if we look at what 2 is here on RaceNet, this thing is a good horse. There's no doubt it is a good horse, but it is after 65 weeks. It is going to be racing after 65 weeks. So it's, I'm not sure in what state is this. And the one is after 29 weeks. This is, so 2 and 1, both of them are like 65 weeks and 29 weeks. That's the first thing. And if you look at the card, so we've been working on this, and I've made some changes. I'll explain that later during the races today. But the first one I'm definitely not going to get into, but it looks like if we look through the rails, the 8 is on the top. It is the EW, right? That's the highest spell. That's there. The 1 is the other EW, which is here. But that 5 is also within the rails. So that 5 is a check. Okay. If we look at what 1 is, 1 has about 9 races. It did not do anything in last 9 races. 6 has 12 races. It did not do anything in last 12 races. 8 has 2 races. And this one has 3 races. 4 is the largest outer drift, which is there. And 7 and 2 are the 2 linears. 7 is the linear, 2 is the second linear. So we'll watch the first one. I'm going to, I'm going to explain how this thing has been updated. What are the changes once we have seen the first race? And the pressure is here. These are advantage. This is the spell. And the 2 is at the bottom. So that's how it looks like so far at this point of time. But we'll see. This is the first one. It's a maiden 1,000-meter. I'm not going to get into this, but we'll see what happens here. And if the pressure is working or not. If that 2 is the favorite. It is after 65 weeks it is going to be racing. So I don't know how that is going to work. But that's more or less where we are standing. Within the rails, we've got the 8 on top. 1 has 9 races, did nothing. So I don't know what 9 is going to do. 5 is very much within the rails. Got the physics, which is there. It's probably one of the most matured hands, the 5. And then we have all that. So we'll take a look and see. I'm not going to get into the first one. The first one is always the one that I like to see what is the condition of the ground and if that is working.
Afternoon. That'll commence in race 5 at 2:35. Now, Jockey Challenge market up and running through tab. And that's for the next 15 minutes, and that's when the first gets underway. JBO 280 in favourite. Aaron Bullock, Morgan both at 420. Michaela Weir 650. And a Roper is at 8. Braithnock 950. Any other 71. Jenny Duggan at $101. JBO favourite in that Jockey Challenge. Rides and stays in Vegas, the second favourite in the opener. So the Suns are making an appearance here. Chilly winter stay in the upper hundred, but thankfully the wind, as we said, down in the valley is not around today. Hopefully it stays away.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
All right, looking forward to bringing you the program this afternoon from Scone. We'll see you back here when runners are in the yard, and that's not far away. Our first is due to go in about 13 minutes.
The Stradbroke Handicap. It's the pinnacle of the Queensland Carnival, a race where the swiftest of sprinters meet those who handle the mile. Recent history tells us 56 kilos is too heavy for the Stradbroke, but some will try. It's a race of firsts, a first Group 1 steer, a first Group 1 train. Not too long ago, our very own Corey Brown helped his old mate Daz win his first and only Group 1 as a train. It's also a massive day for the 2-year-olds in the JJ Atkins. Will the underdog turn top dog, make it 5 in a row? Stradbroke Day is the entertainment you're after. Catch it all on Sky Racing.
It's been a long time off the scene for Mo Feed, now with young Jordan Lee, with his Flash Morgan aboard, resuming off a good trial synthetic there at the Gold Coast a few weeks ago, and finds its way just into the red here, Gary, as we get out to you and go for the field.
Yeah, you're right there, Jace. So this morning, 2.10 now, $1.95 is Mo Feed for this first, and maybe played at 1,000 to start the day. And we start with number 1 here, Hot Chestnut, first up for Justin Bowen and Aaron Boyd.
As I said first up, no try to speak of this preparation. In saying that, he looks like he's done a fair bit of work. The best of his 5 rounds, last preparation, was a touch further, so we just feel like that's simply that today.
On to the 2 now, here's the favourite, the odds on Jolly. They're away from home from Ballina to Jordan Lee and Ash Morgan.
Yeah, fair trip across, but he's starting favourite for a reason. He was knocking at the door last preparation. Admittedly, that was around 15 months ago, but he's trolled up beautifully at the Gold Coast to prepare for the prep. He's drawn an inside gate. He's acquitted himself well on soft tracks in the past, and I can tell you he looks an absolute treat. So they haven't travelled here for no good reason.
Well, 3 is out, on the 4 we go. Clandoro for Jeremy Sylvester and Shannon Llewellyn.
It's a typical parade from her. She's only lightly framed, but she certainly hasn't gone backwards in condition since last time I had sighted her. She was very well paced last start over the 900 metres. I probably prefer her over the 1200 or a touch further, but outside of the top 2 in the market, it's a very open race, so we'll be surprised to see her finish in the places.
He's an imported filly with a big an international pedigree, bred in the States, did the racing, the early days racing in the UK, and now finds herself here in Scone with Brett Kavanagh in Marin County, and the rider is Brave Knock.
It started favourite there first up. It was over the 1400 metres. I couldn't really offer her many excuses. She had a nice enough run and really dropped out over the concluding stages. Typical of habits and unorthodox prep. She's stepping back from the 1400 to the 1000 here this afternoon, where last up probably indicated she may be looking for further. But if you could take her on looks, you'd have to have something on her. She looks very well. She's up on her toes and the back at the home track.
On to the 6 we go, Miss Heroic for Michael Dykes and Serge Lisney.
12 goes yet to finish in the pacings, but I did think it was an improved performance last start. That was in Tab's Food Company, where she was ridden a little wider. She's sporting that real wintry coat, but that pony's keeping her nice and calm.
She's a nice filly. This is Priscilla's statement, number 7. As the name would suggest, my press statement for Justin Bowen and Michaela Weir.
I think she's the horse open to the most improvement. She bounded on jumping on debut over the 900 at Musselbrook. She mustered and showed good speed to settle in behind the leaders, and it's probably just found wanting in what looked the inferior section of the track over the concluding stages. She looked well enough within herself, and taking into account that she only had the 1 race day trial leading into that, that should bring her along nicely.
And it stays in Vegas. This is the second favourite in terms of the market. Number 8 for Scott Singleton and JVO.
Yeah, I made a case for him here this afternoon, just thinking at the home track. I thought there was enough merit in his debut run last preparation to be running well here. He draws a middle of the line gate. I'd expect him to punch forward from out there. He's a 2-year-old taking on the older gallopers, but he's a lovely type and looks to find a significantly easier assignment than what he met last start.
Clip up job. He looks like he's got a mohawk. That's a look at them ahead of the first event on the program over the 1,000 metres. So just over 5 minutes out from a start. And Mo Feed is the favourite. He comes here first up from a break. Stephen Lee is here representing son Jordan over from the coast, and he's over there now with Belinda.
You make the trip across. How far from Ballina is
Took me about
7.5, 8 hours, yeah. But I came Sunday. I've got a lot of family here. And I visited a few relatives and did the horse a couple of days. Spent a bit over the trip, so yeah, quite good to meet up with a few people again.
What's the reason for coming across from the coast? Is it down to availability of races or trying to look for a better surface?
Two horses needed a better surface. I thought Lismore might have been a bit wet on Thursday. It's been grassy, it's a bit wet. So Jordan said, we'll put him in over there and you can jump in the truck and take it back.
You can see who the boss is. He's shown enough his last racing preparation. He was knocking at the door. He's obviously had a little bit of a setback. Stuart's report reads that he's had knee chip surgery.
Actually, fetlock. Yeah, one chip in his fetlock, and we've taken that out. He's, he's really good in the coat. He never was good in his coat last prep, but his prep is really nice with his coat. He's trial well up on the poly at Gold Coast and pulled up well after that. So, we're just happy today. We just got him on a nice big track and a nice long straight.
As you said, the trial was encouraging. He showed abundant speed in that. Do you look to do that here today?
Yeah, actually just going to jump him out. If the other horse with a bit of speed in the race wants to go silly, we'll just take the sit. He has sat off them before, but he's quick out of the gates and he should be there at that.
Your bookend the card, you've got Monarch Express in the last. You seem to improve each time you stepped out in your first racing prep.
He's a very nice horse. I was very keen to bring him here. He raced with the rail out 9 metres and after the other day, got back a long way. Hit the line strong. Really appreciate this track and he's a very nice horse.
Like a boat.
Thank you.
Stephen Lee, my son Jordan. Mo Feed, favourite into 180, so 210 into 180. That's Mo Feed. First up from a break, it stays in Vegas at 330. It's had support too. Even in the field of 7, it's gone 370 into 330. Hot Chestnut goes the other way, out a point and a half from 6 to 750. The next pair are at $11. The import Marin County. The other one is Priscilla Statement, who's out from a 750 quote. And then Plandora, who is best of the rest. And just Jeremy Sylvester and Shannon Lowell. So, favourite into $1.80, Mo Feed in race 1. Well, they're off to the gates.
Yeah, well, I can respect the market support for the seed. I've just gone with the local galloping here. That is It Stays in Vegas. For a 2-year-old, he's a beautiful little type in the yard. I just see at the home track. We can see the best here this afternoon. I remember when I sighted him on debut here in his first racing prep. He was a real nuggety guy, so I kept him in account. When I watched the replay of Bobby's first up run where he got very tired late in the piece, it was a gelding that holds a lot of position. I think that run him along nicely because he was in tip-top order here this afternoon. So gone his way at the slightly better price over the Ballant Caliber in Mo Feed, who obviously it's here for a reason. They've come looking for a better surface. They found a soft 7. He was knocking at the door last prep. It's always, I suppose, a little bit concerning to know how they've come back after having a surgery in the likes of a bone chip removal. But in saying that, positive statement from Stephen Lee in the fact that his coat never come up last preparation and has this threat, that generally indicates that they're feeling well within himself. And I can tell you he looks upstanding in the yard. The 7 Priscilla Statement, which is very new on debut at the home track, who into it with just the 1 barrier trial. That'll bring her along nicely. And Marin County, unorthodox, coming back into it second up into the preparation, but have very good at doing it. And thinking back at the home track, she can improve 8, 2, 7 and 5.
Okay, so 180 just out to $1.95 in Mo Feed. Further money for It Stays in Vegas, who is by Shalar out of Las Vegas. That there was trained by Farmer Brown. Now into 290. It Stays in Vegas. So there's been a move here just late. The 750, the others have all got out, with the top 2 being backed, and they include Hot Chestnut. Now, in terms of the Jockey Challenge market, JVO favourite, 290. Just having a look to see that this market's updated. In fact, it has 290 into 280, and he partners It Stays in Vegas here. Aaron Bullock and Ash Morgan both at 420. Michaela Weir 650, Anna Roper is 8, 950 breaks knock, any other 71. Jenny Duggan at $101. Race 5 starts the body at 235. So we're on a top 7 with the rail out 5 metres and they're at the start. So despite, as we said in the preview, the rail being out 5, massive spacious track and roomy track here at Scone. And we don't have big fields today, so you'd think they'd all get their chance on the big track.
Yeah, and typically when you end up with soft rain, they do only get a few votes with offers, but let's down the running anyway. So didn't pay too much attention to that. Sometimes when you have strong headwind or tailwind, obviously gallop becoming on the surface with the railings position, but keep an eye on it throughout the afternoon, expecting it to play relatively.
Okay, this is the first meeting since the 2 days Scone Cup Carnival a few weeks ago. So there's Mo Feed on track. $1.95 now, $2.90 it stays in Vegas. Coming here second up from a break. The loading process is about to get underway. Thankfully, the winds that are further down the Hunter Valley haven't reached this part. The upper Hunter has
very cold. So really a summer's day here compared to there, but they did expect to get a bit of snow. I was thinking watching the news last night, maybe in London, it's got a little bit of snow.
Yeah, gyro places like that.
Yeah.
A little bit up, down and down the glade.
They had been up there.
Wouldn't have washed in the cold country.
Yeah.
Upstairs we go. Here is race number 1, the first of 8 on a Tuesday, as we head to Bill Roberts.
It stays in place. It's about to come up as well. The others are in the line. Barron County goes in.
Jenny, welcome back.
County in there. Hot Chestnut coming forward. Red lights turned on.
One.
And the starter about to send them on their way. Set to go in the first. Stand up well. Racing. And Priscilla Statement slowly away. It's out the back early. Miss Heroic was the first one to begin, but Moffee's going to drive through and lead it. Stays in Vegas, goes in the third spot. A little bit deep in the early part is Clandoro, followed by Hot Chestnut, Priscilla Statement, and Barron County goes back to the tail. They link up with the course proper, heading towards the 700 metres now, and Moffee on the inside. A narrow leader, it stays in Vegas, worked up now since second. Miss Heroic is 2 lengths away in the third spot, followed by Priscilla Statement, Hot Chestnut, further back Barron County, and Clandoro last. Around the bend, Moffee held together, as is it stays in Vegas in the second spot. Moffee leads into the home straight, 300 metres out, got a length now in front of it, stays in Vegas. And then came Barron County, Priscilla Statement the inside from Miss Heroic, but Moffee travelling strongly inside the last 100. It's got away from it, stays in Vegas. It's got that runner's measure. Barron County late closing off, but Moffee far too good in the first. Moffee wins. Barron County got second.
2, 5, 8, and 7.
Priscilla Statement 4. And then Miss Heroic, Clandoro, and Hot Chestnut tailed out, finished last.
It's worth it. A big trip over from Ballina for Mo Feed, who showed good speed out of the gates as we anticipated. And there was only one danger seemingly at the top of the straight that stays in Vegas, who was very well back late. But quickly Mo Feed put that race to bed, shot clear, and wins Ash Morgan for Jordan Lee at 2:30 and 1:40. Barron County has done a good job coming from the back, 1,400 back to 1,000, has run second. It stays in Vegas, winds up in third spot. And Priscilla Statement, who walked out of the gates, has made up a fair bit of ground back towards the inside. But Mo Feed, it was a pretty soft watch in the end once he disposed of his rivals.
Yeah, certainly. A really good training performance also from Jordan Lee. He was first up for 15 months. He just had a one trial leading in today after having a bone chipped removed for swing preparation. So encouraged.
That was 2, 5, 8, and 7. So if we look at what happened, so that 2 was a favorite. That was a second linear, and that second linear was after 65 weeks when we refer to this. So it was racing after 65 weeks. So, but it actually did a good job. And then the 5 was there, then 8, and then 7. Now what we have done here is we've done a little change. So we know that this thing works. Okay, that's something that works, but on which condition and how it works, that is something that is tricky. And we were also a little a little confused why the drifts at times they work, at times they don't work. Why? So this is just trial and error. There is no set theory for this, but this is what we have done. So we know that there's a thing here which is the base resistance. Now there's a duality that works in every race. Okay, in everything there is a duality. So if there is a good, there is a bad. If there's a black, there's a white. Now so we'll get here, but what we have done here is we know the placings of the horses. All right, like we know this one is the linear, this is the second linear, this is an EW, this is an EW, these are the drifts. We know that. Okay, so what I've done is I've done the same thing with the jocks. We have to have the placings on the jocks as well. That's what I thought. I mean, we raced at Flemington last Saturday, and this is something that was not aligning with the results. But when I started working on this, it started aligning. So there is a handicap on the horse, and that we do a color marking on the horses. The green one is the linear, the light green one is the second linear, like that. Here it is also the same thing. The light green one is the second linear, the green one is the linear jock. Then we have EWs, then we have drifts, then this is definitely the EW. They also are in the same way this thing works. So if you look at this, EW will come right after this linear. Here, this EW will come right after this linear. So now, this is how the reverse on that jockey is working. That is that. So we'll see. We have made those changes and we'll see how it works too. Is the second linear. I stayed out of this because of this is the first one and we've got to check what's going on. And but that 5 was very much there. So what happened here is the 2. You see, it works. Either it will work this side or it'll work this side. So what the result is like this: the 2 linear, then the drift, and then the EW. Here, the EW is on top. Then there is a drift here. There is a drift here, but this guy is an EW jockey. That's why it did not work. Plus, it has 23 races. It did not do anything. It was a desperate attempt on this horse. Here is the linear, but it is with the second best jock. Here is the second linear with the best jock. So that's more or less the thing. So either it is going to be this side, that the linear drift and EW, or it is going to be this side, the linear drift and the EW, or the second linear. So we'll see how it works. We'll go to the next. 9 runners, 2, 3, 1, 4.
I mentioned Jordan Lee, spoken to Quar, I think heads the betting here.
It's just usurped at the moment by Supendra, charging a little between that pair. They were 262.80, smoking to quote Supendra in that order at the start of the day. It's reversed a little bit now. Supendra 270 and smoking to quote at $2.80. Both coming off last start placings and both pretty well graded with it today. Shabushara has been $3.80 to $4, right in the mix as well. This 4-year-old got gelding. Fine and rare at 5 is in half a point. Pride and Joy at 15 pence the remainder, but a little separate the top for Duo. 4 in a single figure on charge, race 3.
Yeah, I've gone 6-3-5-7, Jason, with the 6 smoking to Quar. I thought its run at Rocky last start, 1400 metres, was good. Led them up, just laid out under pressure. The last little bit and switched off a touch. But I think the mile might be ideal here. Stanley aboard. He'll get across from the gate. He'll rack and stack on say and smoke at McLaren. Didn't look to be abundant speed in the race, so should be able to get a good time in front. The 3 Shabu Shalar for Glenda Bell's had the one run up his way at Rockhampton over 1400 metres, was bumped at start. Never really got into the race, but this should suit a lot better. It was an extra Jamaican over 1700 metres. That was only 4 runs ago. The 5 Pride and Joy for Lee Wanless hasn't won for a little while, but has had the 4 runs back, getting fitter all the time. And the 7 Supendra, I thought its run was better on the poly track last start at the Gold Coast, but form prior to that was a little average. 6, 3, 5 and 7, race 3. We go to race 4, the Billawheeler Hotel Open over 1300 metres, and got a little race, so I thought very competitive for a small field.
Yeah, absolutely. This one sees Papacito at $1.80 charging. Yep, short breed price here in from $1.95 this morning. Great strike rate for the 4-year-old favourite. Diddley Squat at $3.10, out from $2.70 in fine form as well. Very consistent. Let Me Let Go at $6, out from $5. And the Real Key at $9 is pretty solid. The Bar Sarwars have a little specking from 26 into 15, and $4 is the only other horse in the race. This field of just 6, but Papacito getting deeper into the rear charges. All right, so just a little audio through there. So Papacito, the favourite, $1.86. Really chargy go. From nearly made pie or something halfway through the preview, which by Steadily Squad, $3.10 in the mix, and Let Me Let Go is best of the rest. So why don't we take a short break, see if we can get Chargy back on the line. If not, we'll run through his tips here in the fourth.
Okay, this is the second one. This is a class 1, 900 meters. If we look through the odds, it's 2, 3, 1, and 4. 2 is the linear. Okay. 3, 1, and 4. So now here, if we take a look at what's going on, so that 2 is again one of the horses after 29 weeks it is going to be racing. Last time it raced was 29 weeks ago at Goulburn, and again today. So that makes it a check. 1 is the second linear, which is well within the rails with a linear jockey. Here 2 was the second linear with the linear jockey, and 7 was the linear with the second linear jockey. But that played here with the drift. Okay. So now here 2 is with the second linear. So this is the best horse. This is the second best jockey. But the difference is huge. It is not I mean, this is the second best because that's the only second linear which is there, but that's a huge difference. And this is here within the rails. That's what we have. It has been to a league race. We've got all that good things on this guy. That is there. And if we look at the rails, we've got 8, 1, 3 all within the rails, wherein 8 is a 6-year-old mare with an EW jock, right? But what it'll do, I don't know, because it's a 6-year-old mare. What is it doing in a 900-meter race is a very weird question that I have. But it has the physics. So 1 is with the best jock. It's all good with the physics. If you look at the drift, that's the largest drift. The 4 is with a jock who's an apprentice or a new jock, probably. That's the largest drift, but that's the jock. This one is a smaller drift, but that's a drift jock, one of the best jocks here. And they're together here. That's 2 and 8. This is out of the rails, but we'll see how that works. But 1 and 3, they're kind of in there, and that 8 is a check. I don't know if that 8 will get in. It's a 6-year-old mare, but it definitely has the physics. The other one is, but having said that, their management is absolutely disastrous. These two horses, 6 and 8. 6 is going through the roof, which is an EW with an EW jock, but they kind of like that. So I'm not going to focus on them. But here, this guy is pretty much neat, I think. This is another highest drift with an EW horse. They are also like that. The best hand is probably 4 and 7. We have very limited information about this jockey. This jockey has never raced here at this track, but they probably are there in some form. We'll see how it works. If the 1 doesn't get tailed, I'm going to go with 1.
$1. Well, better than booze. What's better? Probably a coffee on a cold morning. Maybe better, but I thought this horse was well placed today. Marion Brosnan up from the goal post. Amy Graham does the riding. She would run a Ballina last up. Now, this was on a heavy track first up 1,000 metres. It was a heavy 10. Probably just a little one paced in the run, you've got to say, but it was a pretty good race. Vocation was off and gone, won the race, but look at Better Than Booze, trying hard, just doesn't shirk the task, battles on really well. Now, a Kilcoy winner, 4 starts back over 1,200 metres at benchmark 60 grade, but on the back of that sort of run, I guess the only reservation I've got is going to a good 3 now from a good 4. Most of his better form is on soft and heavy tracks, but look, this grade, he's not strong at all. I thought he was well placed. So I marked him the best of the day. That was before it was good 3. Slightly less confident, but I'm going to stick solid. 4 in readiness for Glenda Bell. I'll respect on the back of a couple of placings lately at the non-tabs and gets a claim. The Fibre Rocker No was good first up at Chinchilla. I think we'll be sharper for that for sure. And the 6 coincide for Rodney Hay, better for the 1 run back at Gatton. 1, 4, 5 and 6 really well placed off them today, better than Boobs. Let's have a look at the last race 7, the Kerry Lynch Concrete Benchmark 55. This is over 800 metres, so they will jump and burn here. There are some speedsters engaged, that's for sure. So let's have a look at the market. Favourite is the 2 Ablet at 270. That's a say hold on, isn't it? 270. 3 Cobbo, he's got speed, he's at 350. 1 Thundermania, 7 Hooper Sires, each of 2 at $7. 4 Fast Fusions at $7.50. 11 Lady Consorts at $8.50. 8 Savvy Soldiers at $13. 10 Awesome Miss is at $81. Well, I'm with the AFL named Ablet. Brilliant players, weren't they? Gary Senior, Gary Junior, the Ablets, great with the claim to get some 4 kilos off for Rodney Hayes, a very good trainer. He's got some nice horses too, Rodney Hayes. The son of Zoostar, I thought it was great to win at the non-tags in Class 4 grade, first up over 1,000. Battle on really well at Bark Houlden, second up. I just think with the claim in a very even race, as long as he gets out and gets going on speed, he should be hard to beat. 2 Ablet. Cobbo's going to burn first up. He only knows one thing, this son of Carrara, and he can just go. He's fresh, no trials. He's got a lump of 64 kilos, but it's only the shorter trip. 4 Fast Fusion. Go back to a very good win at the Sunshine Coast 5 back, and I thought Battle on okay on the Polly first up at the Gold Coast. And the 8 Savvy Song first up for Wayne Baker. Not the worst in this for sure. So 2, 3, 4 and 8 for me in the lucky last race 7 at Bangul. Well, no value that I could really find for us today. We'll be probably some value in the open, but it's only a small field, so that doesn't help us. So let's wait till the penultimate. Race 6, horse number 1, Better Than Boobs is my best on the program at Bangul today. On what looks to be a pretty even program, I've got to say. Let's have a look at the quaddy. Now, that first leg is, of course, that open, which has got plenty of chances. Real key was shopping a little bit of value, but in the first leg, I've gone 3, 7, 1 and 5. So I put them all in. I know it's only a small field, but I think it's a danger race. Race 5, second leg, 1, 8 and 7. Third leg is race 6 on 1 and 4 there, so I could narrow that down a little bit. And then the last is race 7, 2, 3 and 4. That'll cost you $72 for 100%. Treble races are on 5, 6 and 7. Jockey Challenge today, no surprise. Justin Stanley will be your favourite. He's got some nice rides for Clinton Taylor. That combination are very, very good. And look at Van Gogh. I think they're really well placed. So $1.80, he's the favourite, Justin Stanley. Ashley Butler, well, he might ride a winner, surely. $4.50, Amy Graham's at $4.60. She's got a couple of nice rides. Chris McIver's got those good rides early, but then it dries up for him. He's at $8.50, and then you head further afield from there. So that's a look at our preview for Thangul today. The first to go at 1:05 under glorious skies, topping 18 degrees. We're up to a good 3 today for racing. But Jace, I'll head back to you in the studio, and I'll see you back for the first at Thangul.
Good job, Charlesy. I just didn't want to work with you anymore for the rest of that preview, so there you go. Got you to do most of the rest of it. Let's have a look at the Jockey Challenge. $1.80 to Justin Stanley, who's the dominant favourite here. Ahead of $4.60 Amy Graham, Ash Butler's at $4.50. We'll see this in a moment. Chris McIver at $8.50, and Julie Bussigan is at $14. There it is. That's the Jockey Challenge for Bangor today. We're going to take a short break. Come back with the second race. Scone just today. Well, it's a good start to float back at Scone, and this time Lady Memphis has continued to turn up here at $1.90. She may well be unbeaten in this filly. She's one for two. You get Red Pan at the hands of the Red Program. There's Private Harry on debut. Everyone lucky to bump into Private Harry in May. Kick off her career, but she ran a solid at second before we get gold. She's got a long spell. The signatories of Capital Answers. We've got the jab. I believe that. Come out again.
Jason, thank you. Second event. He's made another appearance here at Scone. We've got a Class 1 coming up over the 900 metres. No scratching, speed of 9 to line up, and we start with number 1, filly by Capital Dancer for Greg McBark and Aaron Bullock.
I don't know the way she's going. She kicked off her preparation with a win over the 900 metre trip. I feel it's been a little bit patchy in between. In saying that, she's had a couple of spaces between runs also. But last up was the improved performance where she was ridden quiet on the rain-affected ground in a benchmark 6 forward. Back to country grade with a nice gate. I think she's a clean place chance here.
On to the favourite we go. Nice and fresh, Lady Memphis, number 2 for Matt Smith and Anna Roper.
She's a nice type of filly. The filly by Invader. I love what she done her first racing preparation. We are placing behind Private Harry. Finished alongside a Ruby Serve that's gone on to win a couple of provincial races and then back that up with a quality win at Goldburn. So she's gone out on the right note. She's trialled up really nicely this preparation. I think she looks very hard to beat, but she's parading nice and quietly alongside the pony.
On the signatories, we go to number 3, third up. Breaks not riding for Brett Kavanagh.
Well, Cav was full of confidence when he won first up, and he certainly won well. He won by around 5.5 lengths. The strength of that maiden is yet to be determined. He's had one more run where he was up on top of the speed here on Scone Friday. He was a touch disappointing behind Shropshire Lad over the 1100 metres. But we're back in trip. We come back to the home track, and no doubt this looks a fair bit easier.
On to number 4, we go El Beetle for Jeremy Sylvester and Shay Wilkes.
Thinking would like to see this track improve a touch more for him. It does note that he has one on a soft track, albeit that was on a soft 5. So the soft 7 has to be the question mark here this afternoon. He's been racing relatively consistently. I think I got him at just a place chance here this afternoon. He's never a horse that holds a whole lot of condition.
Okay, on to Bragella. Number 5 is here. Andrew Gibbons will ride from barrier 1 for Ray Hartley.
He probably needs to improve a little of what we've seen in recent runs. He's deep into the preparation now. He's had the 5 runs back. You can offer him a couple of excuses in recent runs. He draws to get all the favours here today.
Number 6 is Star Lacquer. First up, Joe Burgess, Luke Rolls.
She's one of the price that you could definitely make the case for. Former Shane Nichols galloper kicks off this preparation with the 1 trial for the new stable, which was really encouraging, and she finished alongside of our favourite in Lady Memphis. The barrier blanket and blinkers come off first up in the preparation. The pre-made race muffs and winkers go on. I can tell you, on looks, you'd be worthwhile having something each way on them.
Number 7 is the last start winner, Mactabi for Sandra Oliver and Tilly McCarroll.
Like the way that she done that also. So we're around 6 or 7 weeks between runs here this afternoon. But the maiden win was really encouraging ahead of Missy Moss, who's subsequently gone on to win its next 2. A little niggle in the back of my mind. It's had 4 goes on rain-affected ground, yet to be placed, with that claim for Tilly McCarroll as a big advantage.
Renita is number 8, Jeremy Sylvester, Jenny Duggan.
Recent runs haven't been all that bad. I thought first up into the preparation was quite good. In behind come Google, backed it up with a solid performance in a highway from back in the field. Last start left a little bit to be decided on the heavy 8 surface. I think back in trip and on the slightly better track today, we can see her improve.
9 been all over. The last one for Kevin Dixon and Sienna Grimer.
And had the 19 goes for just the 1 win and 3 placings. It's had the recent run was off the back of a 4-week pressure. It was over the 1100 at Inverell in easier grey, where she was 3 to trick, but subsequently beaten around 8 lengths. She may need to improve a little off that.
So they're off to the gates. Race number 2 at 3 3/4 minutes out over the 900 metres. Lady Memphis looks a promising filly in her second preparation, prepared by Matt Smith. Paul Rowe is on track with the stable and is out there now with Belinda.
So she paraded nice and relaxed on the side of the money with the 3 race months going on. I would love what she done her first race in prep. What do you make of this one?
Yeah, well, she can only get better, I suppose. She's got a few little quirks about her. That's why she's got the pony and the earmuff, and she's handled the occasion well today. So hopefully, future-wise, if she continues to behave like that, yeah, I mean, she's run well at first preparation and done everything sort of good there with a few mishaps on the way, you know, with sort of barriers and getting on the track and stuff like that. She seems a lot more mature this time in, so hopefully, yeah, she's in for good prep.
They mishaps and quirks. She's just such a cankerous filly.
Yeah, she's just one of them horses where you just can't push her over a limit. So she likes to, doesn't like you to be forceful with her or anything like that. Sort of want to do things, but if you force her, she'd sort of go the other way. So you've got to be very patient with her and let her sort of be her, and she's getting better. So, yeah, so far so good.
I hope she repays you for your patience here this afternoon. And in race 4, Omaha Sam, but especially the top weight, does look a winnable race. I thought the run prior to the break, the last bit of his work was good over the 1200 metres.
And he showed early on in the earlier trial where he ran a white time, a trial white time, he really sort of attacked the line. He looks really good today. He looks like he's matured a lot more this time in. 1300 which I do, so yeah, I'm expecting another good run.
A little question mark, probably tempo on paper, there's a lack of it. Is he able to hold the same kind of spot from that game?
I think that could probably try to hold at some sort of a midfield sort of position. If he does that, he should be close enough. So.
There's Paul Rowe for Matt Smith. So Lady Memphis just goes even money out to 215. Signatories has been 370 into 310 and has been best back. Capital Dancer, 460 was solid, just gets out slightly to 5 and then a jump out to El Beetle sitting on that next line of betting. So 215 Lady Memphis Signatories though has been best tried to beat the favourite under 92 out from race 2, late mail time.
You know, I like Lady Memphis here this afternoon. She could have done much more with what she was after for that first race in prep. So for a horse that Paul Rowe touched on, can be quite contained for a bit of a positive race so with the pre-race marks on. As she's nice and relaxed, you can see her behind the gate now. She's still nice and relaxed and really only has to run up those trials to be very hard to beat today. She's a lovely style of really plenty of size and stuff about her. At the top weight, Capital Dancer, it was encouraging improvement last start. We saw that with Newcastle over the 900 in the benchmark 64. She's shown she was adaptable. There's more than one string to her go. This looks a nice race for her today. Wary of the money coming with Signatories, obviously possibility, but maybe a couple of quirks. She does look better suited back in Trippier today. And the 6-star Lacquer, lovely style of mare for the new stables, trialled up nicely alongside of our favourite. I think off that trial, we'll have to be in the mix here. 2-1-3.
Okay, so they're about to come up. There's the favourite Lady Memphis on screen. We took it to Newcastle for a first start with Super Maiden, and the majority of them in that race, I recall, were unraced. Stuffed into Private Harry.
Yeah, what a stitch up.
How's them apples? How do you like them apples? Upstairs we go. Here is race number 2 as we take it to Phil.
Starlacker goes into the outside gate, and field of 9 is set to go. Race 2 Scone. Red light flashing. Away. And not a bad line out. Signatories was away nicely, showing speed as El Beetle. And it's going to be the early leader as they link up the course proper. But Lady Memphis is pushing up. Capital Dancer likewise. That means Signatories is out 14 in the early stages of this race. And then came McTarby from being all over Brigella, Starlacker. And it's back to the tail. Coming up to the home bend. And we've got a line of about 4 up in front. Capital Dancer drifting about 3 off the inside. Led over Lady Memphis, wider as Signatories. Back to the inside was, as they straighten up, was Brigella. McTarby was further back, and then came El Beetle. Signatories got to a narrow lead over Capital Dancer as they run to the 200. And Signatories over Capital Dancer. Lady Memphis trying to pick up. Signatories in front. It's travelling strongly. Coming back as Capital Dancer. Signatories just in front. Signatories over Capital Dancer
317.
second. Third in with McTarby. Followed by Watt on the track. Dean all over and Brigella back along the inside. Then Lady Memphis. Further back was Runita. Pulling up quickly as they crossed the line there was El Beetle. And the last one in was Star Lacquer.
It's a local win. Signatories has won his second race, this preparation from 3 starts. Brett Kavanagh and Brave Knot combined. Sat 3 deep, but only the one turn around the 900 metres here on the big track. And he got moving and he just kept going. Looks like he wanted to just lay in a little bit. There'll be nothing in it there because Capital Dancer had every hope and fought back particularly well when it looked like Signatories were going to put a margin on them. McTarby back towards the inside will wind up in 3rd spot, and 4th is tight between Bin All Over and also Brigella. The Signatories wins today for Cab and Breaks Off.
Yeah, it was a nice one, wasn't it? And that was back to what he trained this year. It must have looked first start, so I'm not quite sure what the story was with the last start, when he was perhaps disappointed that maybe he was a genuine short course galloper, and that was much better here this afternoon. I thought the top weight Capital Dancer was score there was well rated out the front by Aaron Bullock on his 4th.
So what happened is that 3 went through. 3 and 1. Both of them were within the rails. And this was a drift jock. The highest drift. And this is the highest linear. But here, the linear was 4-figure. And this was 2-figure. 3-figure drift. So obviously this is exposed and this will go through. Three, 1, 7. 7 was there in some form. 3, 1, 7, and then 5 and 9. Probably these two came in together. So why the 4 this time did not work is again because of the EW jock. Though it is good, but that thing just did not work. I mean, this is very premature at this point of time. We gotta figure this thing out on a much stable track like Randwick or somewhere. But that's more or less what's going on. Yeah, one show got there. Even I went with the show because this is the second one. I did not want to. I had a feeling that this. It's a second linear. It's a 4-figure linear. If that was a little more support, the one, if that was a little more support, I would have gone with a win bet. But that's a 4-figure linear, second, third. That kind of worked. We'll go to the next. Two and 5 has been scratched. 9, 4, 8, 1. We have to fine tune this. We need a few races at Randwick. We need a few races at Doomben and Flemington probably. In good conditions, not rainy conditions, no soft, no heavy. Once we've had that, we'll be able to fine tune this. But that's the odd 9, 4, 8, 1. 9 and 8. Here is what it is. So if we look through the odds, it's 9 4 8 1. That 9 is the favorite, okay? But if you look through the rails, we've got 7 also there. All right, the 7 is also there within the rails. It's in good hands. 8 is the second best. This one is EW. This is an EW, and the largest drift is 3, which is a 7-year-old gelding. Okay, they are also in moderately okay hands. It's 1,000 meter now. 9 is okay, but again it is a 3 figure, which is exposed, which is 734, and this thing can be challenged, and can be challenged by anyone for that matter. Now if you look at what the thing is, this is what I was trying to explain at Flemington the other day, that at Flemington they have the technology, but here you see that's the linear from gate number 4, and the drift is from gate number 3. So there's always a connection between these two. That's the linear, that's the always, these are 4 and 3. All right, so the support is here. Now that thing is well within the rails, and if we look at the difference, that's not much. That is not much. If you look at, so what happened here is the linear versus the drift, that worked. Okay, 1 and 3 on a 900 meter, the linear versus the drift within the rails. Here it is also like that, the linear, and that's the largest drift on the jockeys, and then it is here with an EW jock. Okay, so if this jock was on this guy, if this jock was on this horse, this probably would have gotten second. But the horse has been given the horse has the drift. Here the jockey is dicey. That's an EW jock. So this guy comes here, and Jerry, you're talking about 8. That's also with an EW jock, but that also has the physics. The 8 also has the physics. This one is a 44 by 10 within the rails. This is a 45 by -2, which is that. And So till the time we did not have this side, I had a strong feeling that the shorter distances are with these jockeys. Okay, these are the jocks to get the shorter distances because of the jump start. And again, it is the same jock. We have no clue, but looks like it's there in some form. How, I don't know. Here it worked. Will it work here? It's more or less the same distance. It's a 900 meter. This is 1000 meter. More or less the same distance. The first one also was linear. Then it was the drift. All right. This guy and this guy, 2 and 5. If we look at the results, it's 2 and 5. So 3 races back to back. If this happens, then it is this one, this guy, and this guy. This one, it was 9 races, did nothing, but the drift actually worked on this guy, and it happened 2 and 5. Here it worked 1 and 3, the largest drift and the linear. Here, this is the linear, this is the largest drift. $189 is a box, Ashley. 8 will get it. 8 will get it. Yes, probably. But we'll see. It's a 6-year-old mare versus a 6-year-old gelding.
To date for this filly by Cliff's Edge, and look, she's had a little bit go against her, I've got to say. She's had a trial to prep up for this at Rockhampton on the 23rd of May. She was behind. She's an alibi. Came out and won a 2-year-old classic on Saturday at Townsville. So she may be on the improve on that for sure. That's a look from the mounting yard. Race 1 at Thangool. I'll tell you what, you could not get a better day than today. Thanks. Not a breath of wind, not a cloud in the sky. It's cool, I've got to say, by our standards, about 18 degrees, so definitely cool morning. To have heavy frost here this morning at Glenville. They tell me it was just basically like white all over the ground, so coolish out in central, or the southern part of central Queensland at Glenville. We're almost in the Burnett region, but favourite here for the first is Calaf. Now, it's been $2.30 to $2.90. 7 Spirit Seeker, $3 to $3.10. The 4-horse and Tess has been $6.50 into $4.40. There's a good move there. 5 Diamond Code, 5 got out 6 back into $5. They're the runners under double figure odds. This is race 1 at Bangul. It is the Red Steer Hotel Cutis 3-year-old maiden, played over 1,075 metres. There's 2 pubs in Bangul. One of them is the Red Steer Hotel. There you go. That's knowledge that I know of Bangul. It's a good little spot. It's about 2 hours southwest of Rockhampton, if you're wondering where Bangul was. So about 10 minutes away from Billawheeler, which is a big regional hub in this part of the world for sure. But in the first, I've gone 5, 4, 7 and 2. Probably the 5 Diamond Code. I sort of know Nothing bad about her run resuming at Mackay first up on the 8th of May. I was prepared to forgive the second up run. She went to the 1200 metres and she just struggled a little bit second up. I think if we go back to that first up run, the reports were very, very good about her leading into that race as well, where she was met with big cross. What I like today, she's got blinkers on again. She's got gate one crisp behind her. You're going to get a positive ride and you're going to see her nice and handy to the speed. I think she's very, very hard to beat here. 5 Diamond Code over the 4 Awesome Test. I can see why there's money for her. She looked in great order. She just began awkwardly on both occasions over those shorter trips, and you just can't do that gap to her over those flying 860, 870 metre runs. And Stanley aboard today, no doubt he'll stamp this as urgent as he can out of the gates. And if she jumps cleanly, she's right in the mix. 7 Spirit Seeker for Marianne Brosnan has a couple of good chances up here today, and gets a claim for Amy Graham. Look, nothing wrong with the 4 runs back from a break. He's getting better all the time and had a lot go against her at Toowoomba last start over the 870, as I mentioned. And the 2 Horrible Hank, son of Ross, say, we just need this and maybe a little bit further, but not the worst on form we've seen today. So 5, 4, 7 and 2 are my numbers. Jace, good support for Awesome Test, I noted.
Yeah, Awesome Test has been a well-supported charge, although it's just got out a couple of rolls since it's got about 420, out to 460 now. So I think it's $6.50. So certainly the best back in the race, although it's going to just a fraction. His money's come back in for the 2 ahead of the betting Spirit Seeker. Just after topping out at 310, he's now back into 290. He drift early, as did Gallup, who's been the biggest drifter of all, 230 out to 330. The Diamond Code, your tip here, has been rock solid at about $5. Not moved a hell of a lot in second betting. Yeah, it's about $5.50 back to $5. So a good battle between that quartet, Harry and Elsie, 11 out to 12. And Horrible Hank's expected there, 16 into $13. So little separating out these two now. In fact, more money in Spirit Seekers back into 270 now, charging. So the money really starting to come here for 4-7. So it's something.
Now, you'll be pleased to know, Jace, one man I would call a journeyman who probably gets around more places than me, Adrian Lake, tells me that there is a Red Steer Hotel in Junee near Wagga. He would know. But there you go. It's probably a lot colder in Wagga today than it is in Bangor, but there's also a Red Steer Hotel there if you want a cold beer. Does it even warm you up? Who would know? Anyway, we are here at beautiful Fangirl. As I said, we're firming up. This track's gone to a good 3. Heavy frost this morning. They did have 40 mils of rainfall the weekend before last, so it has dried out, obviously, but good cover of grass, I thought, on the track anyway, but firmish underfoot once you break through that layer. So in the first year, I'm going to stick with the 5 here, Diamond Code. I just thought well-placed gate 1 should be able to bounce and make its own luck handy to the speed. But a good day's racing, looking forward to it. Gee, there's a tricky first leg of the body today. Only a small field. Papacito the favourite, but gee, really good quality there for a race. And it's a good race today. As I said, it's another part of the California region, but pushing more towards the northern Burnett, heading into the Wide Bay areas a bit further south. But a lovely part of the world. Hopefully we can find a few winners. They should be loading up fairly well here shortly. Let's have a final look at the market. Spirit Seeker is at 280 tab fixed over the 1 Galap. A little easy to 340. Good support for Awesome Tests at 460. And back to $6 now, about 5 Diamond Code. So gee, I think barriers are worth a lot at Fangirl. So gate 1's going to be worth plenty here, I reckon. So Diamond Code has gone in. Let's head upstairs to the voice of Fangirl Racing, Darren Walker, for his call of the first.
Harry and Elsie about to be led up. Galat still out of line. Awesome Test, she's still back behind the mark. She's drawn the outside gate. Horrible Hank, likewise, he's yet to come forward. And our favourite, Spirit Seeker, drawn down low, but she looks like she'll be one of the last couple of runners on the guts. Galat now goes forward, so Rocky is in. Awesome Test now moves in, drawn on the outside of the field. Just a wait on our favourite here, Spirit Seeker. which is drawn down low in gate number 2. She is our favourite at $2.70, Spirit Seeker. Diamond Code drawn the inside. It's just about in now, Spirit Seeker, and we're all locked away, ready to go for the opening event on this afternoon's card. Sir Rocky marking time. Right on, ready. Starter picks up the button. Racing, Diamond Code beat them out off the inside from Spirit Seeker, and Awesome Test goes forward, but 3 deep. Galath just behind them. Then when Harry met Elsie, back in the field, Horrible Hank, and to the tail of the field is Sir Rocky. Plenty of speed onto that first corner. They've got 7.50 to go. And Awesome Test, the pilot, leads a length in front. Spirit Seeker is second. Diamond Code third, the inside. 2 lengths away to Galath, followed by When Harry Met Elsie. Horrible Hank the inside, and Sir Rocky will have to come from the tail of the field. They run inside the 400-metre point, and it's Awesome Tess, a narrow leader. Spirit Seeker looms large the outside. Just behind them, Diamond Code from Horrible Hank. They are about to set sail for the judge. They've got 200 metres left to go. Spirit Seeker, a narrow leader. Horrible Hank the outside. He's the one. He's chimed in quickly. Horrible Hank, he raced to the front and he's put fade to them. With 50 to go, he roars away and wins by 3. Second home, Spirit Seeker, then Diamond Code. They're followed by Awesome Tess. When Harry Met Elsie, next to last Sir Rocky, and Galath has wound up at the tail of the field.
Oh, well, up you go, Hanky boy. Horrible Hank at a big price. First up for Glenn Richardson and Hannah Richardson. And he just loomed large, didn't he, on the corner as Hank does. And he's just gone on with the job, this big son of Ross, and his win was very, very good. Horrible Hank. There you go, he's not horrible at all. 2 beats the 7, Spirit Seeker, or possibly Diamond Code, who just sort of seemed to lose position on the corner, had to switch back around heels and closed off well. May have run second, but we're just standing by for that number because it's very tight there between the 7 and the 5. So it's 2 in a photo, but Horrible Hanky's had 8 starts prior to today, and he has come to Fangirl and said thank you very much. He has won and won well. Look, he stretched the neck, the big boy Horrible Hank. Good in, well done to Richardson. So 2 Horrible Hank at start number 9 breaks the maiden tag today at Fangirl. I thought Diamond Code may have almost got up for second, but it's very tight there with Spirit Seeker. And just missed that one back. Looks like a 4. Awesome Test will run 4th, but we're just standing by 4 numbers to go up in the frame here. Yeah, look, it was to be expected. They seem to bounce and go okay, but she just looms harmlessly, didn't he, Horrible Hank, on the corner. Just ran away. So well done to Glenn Richardson. He's a good trainer. Glenn does a good job. But based at Gimpy now, formerly at Bendigo. So has a good team with his wife there. And they're a good combination. And they were first here too. So 2 Horrible Hanks has won. Now number just going in the frame for second. It looks as though the 5 Diamond Code has picked up to run second over the 7 Spirit Seeker. And we have the 4 Awesome Test there back in 4th place. But well done, Team Richardson. Horrible Hank. 2 good for them. 2, 7, 5 and 4 will be your numbers to race 1 at Bangor. Well, Jace, Hank, he's just not horrible, is he?
That's right. Fun for your fans, Joe. Horrible Hank wins our first race of the day at the price. Punters have left it in the bookies bag there in race number 1. Third race of Scone will be along shortly. Seen a couple of other commodities get the cash. No Feed won the first, 2.15. Signatory started second, picked up the first quarter, 3.30 second. Third race of the day, 9 minutes away. And that's the shortest of the day here, Ritz Sun. Heavily into the red here at $1.55. So chance for him to get back in there. Winners list after a couple of close second placings and a little bit of a freshen up as well. Yeah, Belinda, it's all yours.
Okay, Jace, thank you. So this third event over the 1,000 metres, benchmark 82. And son, as you say, $1.55. Our boy Ollie is 4.20 into 3.80. We start with number 1, Defiant Heart, having run number 4 this preparation. Tilly McCarroll taking 3 off for Rod Ollerton.
He hasn't won in a little while, Defiant Heart, but I thought first and second up were really promising. He's had one more run, which was here on the Saturday over the Carnival. He was probably a little bit outclassed and had a couple of genuine excuses also, but we're getting well after the play for Tilly McCarroll and at his best to be right in the race like this.
2 is out. We moved to 3. This is Markle Dreamer, second up from a breakover from Tuncurry for Joe Burgess and Aaron Bullock.
Picking the improving track, we have been upgraded to a soft 6, plays in his favour here this afternoon. He was big odds when I was doing the preview earlier, and if he was another one that put his best foot forward, he's another one that can't be discounted. He's had one run back where he failed on the heavy trend 10 track, but I wouldn't hold that against him. He's always been a horse that's much better up on top.
On to our boy Ollie, who is first up, 420 into 380. Break knock looking for a race double. Big partners this fella for Michelle Fleming.
Yeah, and Grace rode him in a recent trial also, where he looked to trial up nicely to prepare him for this preparation. I love what he done last prep. He done a great job throughout without winning. He looks to be in excellent order this prep on the side of the pony. If the favourite doesn't turn up, I think it's clear danger.
On to number 6 we go. That is Florida Sky. He's got a very good first up record, this girl, for Paul Perry and Michaela Weir.
Yeah, as you said, very good first up record. 5 goes for 2 wins and a second, and also she's been a winner at this track. She's done a great job on a number of occasions. Last preparation without winning, she wasn't too far away from the money. She is a winner on a soft track in the past, and with Michaela, she gets only 56 kilos on this afternoon. She's definitely not out of the mix.
Okay, on to the stable mate, and this is Bodgy for Paul Perry and Anna Roper.
He's been placed his past couple, placed 3 from his last 4. I just would have liked to see him finish off a touch better last start. That was over the 1,000 metres at Gosford. Anna Roper knows him well at this stage. He comes back to country grade with a nice gait. I just want to see him do a touch more than what he's shown us last start. He's only lightly framed, but he's nice and relaxed with himself.
On to number 8, the Musselbrook mare in spades. She hit the line hard on a home track last start. And Justin Bowen and Ash Morgan.
And she certainly did. And she loves these conditions also. She seems to reel off her best races on these soft surfaces. She's found form of like this girl. She probably runs into slightly stronger company here this afternoon, but hard to knock the way she's going, and she looks terrific in the yard.
And the short price favourite is the last of them. Down the bottom, Red Sun for Scott Singleton and JVO.
Yeah, I like this little horse. I think he finds the right kind of race today. There's never been a whole lot of him size-wise. He's solid enough, but he's never been the biggest horse in training. We saw the best of him early at the home track in his short course where he strung a couple of wins together. He's coming off a last start placing in Highway Company. He's had a month between runs, a nice trial in between, down in the weights at the home track. I think it's an improving track. Should see him very hard to beat today.
There's the favourite at $1.55 by Sebring Sun. Is Red Sun for Scott Singleton and JVO. Our boy Ollie clears second elect, and that pair have cleared out. $3.90 for our boy Ollie, $11 best for the others to Fine Heart, at $12 about in spades. He got back and really stormed home the other day. But Red Sun's all about the one down the bottom, trained by Scott Singleton, who's out there now with Belinda.
Well, he looks well within himself. You're giving him, not a freshen up, but a month between runs and a nice trial in between.
Yeah, we had him in somewhere else and he drew 18 in a highway, so we scratched him and gave him a little trial, which we were happy with the other day. And yeah, he's here ready to go.
He's solid enough, but he's not the tallest horse. I'm thinking down in the weights is a positive.
I think so. I think down in the weights is always a positive. But yeah, look, he's taken on 82 type horses here. I know it's not the deepest 82, but they're still hard enough to beat when you're sort of a 3-year-old. But look, it's hard not to be confident the way he's worked the last few weeks. So he's here with no excuses. I expect him to win.
What do you expect his pet trick is? Because we saw the bet as good as it could be. He won his first 2 starts over the 900 and the 1100. We're at the 1000 today. You've tried to stretch him out a bit further, but sometimes he's vulnerable late.
Yeah, I think I'm happy with him back to 1,000. Christian was always saying that he feels like he just wants to settle now and get him over a little bit further. But I feel like a couple of those 12s he had, he never really finished it right off late. I think the 1000's fine for him. He's a sharp horse. Yeah, lovely little horse, really little gentleman. And just off his work alone, you'd expect him to win.
Prior to last start, it looks insightful awards race. She likes a soft track. She's been racing consistently well, but it was a bit out of character from her last start. She got keen and she didn't really finish off.
No, she went really keen the whole race. Just left herself a little bit wanting late, but she was at Gunnedah and she went round to the barriers and then that was the race they pulled off. So it really stirred her up coming back without racing. And I feel like she still had that in her head a little bit of Warren the other day. So hopefully that's got it out of her system and had a good gallop there and she should be a little bit more settled today.
And what do you made of Spence a lot in race 6?
He's a very green horse. He's still finding his way. He's probably more an ex-prep horse, but the ability's there. It's just whether he gets the right sort of run and things go just right for him to execute it. But yeah, it wouldn't be any shock to see him do something. But I'd say probably more of an ex-prep sort of horse.
Would you say this guy's a pick of him?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Thanks, buddy.
There's Scott Singleton, $1.55, so Red Sun favourite. Now, has been money though for our boy Ollie. It's earlier, so the net 420 is now into $3.80. $11 best of the others for Divine Heart, who comes in from 12. Best of the rest is Bodgy at $14. As 2 wins in Spanks, who's out from 10. Off to the gates they go. The third here, Belinda over the 1,000, late mail time.
Yeah, I am thinking of Rick Sun. I probably didn't expect him to be $1.55, to be honest, but I do think that he's well placed today, back at the home track. With no weight on his back and back to the 1,000 metres. So all looks positive there. I suppose you're just weighing up these genuine hard heads that have been consistently racing in open company and Rich Sun who's more the up and coming type coming out of highway company and how those form lines measure up. Money suggests that he shouldn't have any trouble with that, and I was more than happy with the confidence that Scott Simpson displayed in his interview. The 4 Our Boy Ollie, I can see why there has made money for him. He done a good job last preparation. He probably deserved to win a race. He was unlucky on a couple of occasions. He's trolled up nicely with Breakneck on board. He's a nice type. That's just him in the yard. He's also holds good position. I'm expecting him to run well. The top weight Defiant Heart should find him a little easier and gets in well after the 3 kilo plays through him with Carroll. I didn't have all that much luck last start, albeit was beaten around 7.5 lengths by zealously, but this looks a touch easier back to country grade. And for 4th, Actor in Florida Sky brings that nice first up record and graded nicely first up for the preparation. 9, 4, 1 and 6.
Okay, the roughie here, $23, Markle Dreamer. Just having a look through the form, 4 runs back, was beaten 3.9 behind Payline. Brisbane goes around in a Stradbroke on Saturday.
Yeah, certainly doesn't deserve to be a $23 cop. He's a handy enough type. I'm more than happy to draw the first up, aligned with the first up run where he was well beaten on a heavy 10 track. It's not the first time he has landed in the going, but 6 could see him running in through race. I have to say I would have been more confident in dealing with it, being right up on top of the ground.
Our boy Ollie comes here first up. He's won 5 races for the Tamworth trainer Michelle Fleming. His first up record reached 7 starts for a win. A couple of minor placings, but this favourite firms up again. So $1.55 now into $1.40 goes Ritz Sun. And with that, the others have all got out as a result, as you would expect. Now $4.60 goes our boy Ollie, and it's $14 and longer. The rest, Defiant Heart, more than capable on his stage. It's been a while since he's broken through for another victory.
Yeah, his last win was back in November of 23, which was in the Rusty Spanner. So he's clearly shown that he's capable of winning races at this company. He's had a couple of runs back where first and second up, I thought he was good considering the circumstances. I wouldn't be surprised to see him on a big race here, to be honest.
Okay, so this is the third. The previous race was taken out by Signatories, who won for the second time this preparation and indeed in his career for Brett Kavanagh and Braith Knock. And the first was taken out by the favourite over from Ballina. Speaking of Cab, he always referred to Ballina as Saltwater City. Well, that's where this fellow was trained, or is trained by Jordan Lee. And the rider was Ash Morgan. Race 5 at 2:35 today. We'll start the quaddy. So the voting process will shortly get underway. It's one of them. Calcitrant over there behind the line. I just can't quite get a glimpse who it is that might be the culprit. Certainly not I can't see him out behind the line. So it might well be our boy Ollie. It is. Brave's not Michelle Fleming. Brave's just out of the saddle at the moment. All right, here is the third. Benchmark 82 over the 1,000-metre dash. It looks like, yep, they're starting to load as we head upstairs. Here's Phil.
Bodgy comes in, so Bodgy in the second set of Perry colours, predominantly the corded cap. Black and yellow corded cap, does have the striped sleeves as opposed to the black armbands. All Perry's first sets. Florida Sky with the first set of Perry colours, and Bodgy with the second set. A Defiant Heart about to come up. Still haven't got Our Boy Ollie in. They attempted to load Our Boy Ollie first. Tried to get it in riderless. Unsuccessful initially. And it's still yet to move in. The Florida Sky comes up to a wide gate. I'll try once again with Our Boy Ollie. Has met with good support in the market, Our Boy Ollie. It's proving troublesome to load. Okay, got news coming through with regard to Our Boy Ollie. Been unable to load Our Boy Ollie. It's out. At 13:22. Red light's on.
4 has been scratched, I
Our
think.
Boy Ollie a late scratching. Unable to be loaded. Was well supported in betting too. We caused you some deductions. And they're away. And Bodgy was away nicely near the inside. Markwell Dreamer showing speed, so it goes up to join Bodgy. And Florida Sky slots in third spot, followed by Ritz Sun, who's fourth back on the inside. Then Defiant Heart back second last, and In Spades on the inside is back to the rear. They've got 600 metres left to travel as they link up with the course proper, and on top is Bodgy. That led over Markwell Dreamer in second. Florida Sky out 3 deep in third spot. Ritz Sun getting a lovely run behind the pace. Followed next by Defiant Heart and In Spades back at the tail. Around the bend, Bodgy is a narrow leader. Markwell Dreamer now issues the challenge. Florida Sky put under pressure. Ritz Sun gets a run near the inside. Defiant Heart trying to get a split in the centre of that pack. The run comes for it now. Then In Spades on the rail. They've got 200 metres left to travel, and it's Markwell Dreamer being tackled by Defiant Heart. Markwell Dreamer the outside. Defiant Heart drives through on the inner. Defiant Heart doing a little bit the better, and Defiant Heart over Markwell Dreamer. They got right away from Ritz Sun. Then In Spades, Florida Sky and Bodgy. The
1 and 3.
was Our Boy Ollie.
How's that?
Oh, it'd have been a while between drinks, but he breaks the drought today. Defiant Heart, Tilly McCarroll driving this fellow through between runners for the Newcastle trainer Rod Ollerton. And he wins today over Markwell Dreamer, the roughie, who's run a very gallant race outside of the lead. Ritz Sun favourite back in third, and then In Spades, the late scratching at the barrier was number 4, Our Boy Ollie.
Really nice ride for Tilly McCarroll. Also, she used her patience. She waited for the gap. When she did, the old boy responded nicely. He's always had a bit of ability in some couple of spells. The first and second up were encouraging.
1-1. Jerry.
To Defiant Heart, the gelding by Seamus Award, wins his 6th race, the first since late 2023, and he's 4th up into the prep today, or he was, 3 kilos off each shoulder, 60 over the 1,000 metres, and he's done a good job. Markwell Dreamer has run a very creditable race. He has bobbed up in town on occasion and run well. So that was his second run this preparation. He's in for a good campaign, and they really gapped the others. There was a very decent margin back with short price favourite Ritz Sun.
Yeah, he was giving
1398.
Sun, he was sort of in behind the speed. He was prevented at the time, and we learned it just doesn't seem to be finishing on big races. Back to the drawing board with him, but all honest with our winner, and I thought it was a much improved run from our second horse in Markwell Dreamer, who's a handy enough horse in his own right and did appear to be going around over the odds here this afternoon. But Tilly McCarroll, she hasn't been riding all that long, and she gets a nice win for Rod Ollerton here this afternoon.
She's all smiles too as she unsaddles the winner. So win 6 at start 25 by Seamus Wood out of a Show a Heart mare. After having 3 runs back this prep, he's put his best foot forward today to defeat Markwell Dreamer, who will be winning another one shortly. Toughed it out pretty well on top of the speed there. A big margin back for Shorty, Ritz Sun, and In Spades lines up in the 4th spot. Catch up with that.
Both these guys, they got in. Then came the 9 and 8. 1 and 2 has been scratched. This is a maiden. 5, 9, 11, 7. Right, this is the fourth one. If you look at the odds, it's 5, 9, 11, 7 if we go through the rails. If we go through the rails, we get 9, 5, 11 and 3 within the rails. That's bucks. Wherein 5, there are no linears. This is 5. If there was a linear, the 5 would have been the linear. That's the largest outer drift, which is here. 9. 11. 7 is the EW, which is there. That's that. Now we got to understand what is this 3 and 11. The 3 is not a bad horse. It is said to be neutral, but why, I don't know. The best jockey is somewhere here on these guys. These are the drift jockeys, but they're very good. 10 and 4. So that's that. Now, but this one has 6 races. It did nothing in last 6. This one is good. This one is good. This one is also good. There is this one which is with an AW jock, but that's that. But we gotta figure out what is 3 and 11. Let's see. 11, 3 weeks. Tamworth, 5th. And 3, Gosford, 2 weeks, 4th, 1200. Purple Haze, 3. Okay. That's 3. This one generally, this is what happens. The 5 ideally. You've got 3 races. And this has got 1 race. This one doesn't need a rail. This one is within the rails. But here is the linear jock. The linear jock is on this. I'm not going to get into this. This doesn't look right.
Didn't show us much resuming. Got up on.
I'm going to be back in a jiffy from the washroom.
The 4 is Aaron Kelly from the Bill Trimble stable at Bluff. Brooke Johnson to ride gate 12, 57.5 kilos. It's going to be a little bit tough from that draw, but it was good placing first up here over the 800 metres. Was able to get across and get side the lead. Battle on well behind Lady Consort. The 5 is Rich Boy Harry from the Joe Gleason stable at Toowoomba. Amy Meisner to ride from gate 8. She takes 4 kilos off down to 53.5 kilos. Tongue tie off first time. Crossover noseband off the first time. Son of Dane Rich, who's had the 2 career starts. Has been able to get up on speed, but just not finishing races off yet. 6 is Stel's Angel from the Glen Richardson stable. Hannah Richardson to ride gate 9, 57.5 kilos. There by Ross Say. Ross Say first, didn't we? This combination. First up, no public trials coming into this. Has had 5 career starts to date. Look, best of those was beaten 1 3/4 lengths game, get 2 starts back. 7 is Stella Boo, who headed to the gates early from a Catanilla stable at Rockhampton. Chris McIver to ride gate 3, 57.5 kilos. Winkers again, Nasal strip off the first time. She's a hot little mare. Ex-Victorian. She had the one run up this way to Toowoomba over 1,000 metres. That was back in April. Great public trials coming in, so she was definitely on her toes. Good draws, about 200, I think, here. 8 is High Magnitude from the Craig Green stable at Rockhampton. All Olivera to ride. Gate 11, 57 kilos. Earmuffs free race only the first time. Filly by Magna Grecian. Look, she hasn't really shown us a lot of preparation. Her best run was last start here behind Lady Consort over the 800. The 9 is Sardinia from the Stephen Lee stable at Ballina. Ash Butler to ride gate 4, 57 kilos. A filly by Too Darn Hot. She had 3 average jump outs in Victoria before winning a trial at Casino on the 3rd of May for the lead team. So look, on that trial you have to respect, and is up here with their satellite operation for the carnival. The 11 is Jack and Stanza from the Jason Hancock stable at Wandai. Julie Busman, the right gate 5, takes 3 off down to 52.5 kilos, filly by Winning Rupert. She's had 3 runs back from her break, yet to show much at all. 12 is Kamala from the Will Johnson stable at Rockhampton. Justin Stanley to ride from gate 10, 55.5 kilos. Winkers first time. Earmuffs the first time, filly by Carrara. They all jump and run the Carraras. She trialled up well at Rocky, beaten a length and a half in a trial recently, so respect. And the 13 to run them out is Going My Way from the Lee Waller stable at 850. Tash Chambers to ride from gate 2, 55.5 kilos. But didn't finish off. Filly by Sabrina Bloom, so it might be some improvement to come from her. That's a look at it from the mounting yard. Race to it, Bangul. Stella Boo is your even money favourite here. Has been absolutely solid too. Did get out to 210, but they quickly went bang back to $2 the night. Sardinia for the lead operation, 420 to 380. For Araceli, 650 to 7. Best of the rest of 12. Kamala was easy, 6 at $12. This is race 2 at Bangul. It's a mate played over 800 metres. Which I thought was warming up in a beautiful day. It's actually got colder, would you believe? I should get back to North Queensland there. But a good little races. I've gone 7, 9, 12 and 4. I'm with the 7 Stella Boom. I just think she's going to bounce out this filly. I'm there. She's a mare now by I Love This Kitty. Out of a Daneville, but not too many Daneville mares nowadays. Wasn't there a brilliant stallion Daneville, but showed good speed in Victoria. This horse had the one run up this way to Umba for Lindsay Patch and showed some speed. Just didn't quite finish it off, but comes north, has had a little bit of a let up. Look, she was bouncing in the yard. She really went out with the pony. She comes into this with no public trials, but the money has been very, very strong for her. So she's clearly got the speed to jump and row. 7 Stella Boo on top for me. Over the 9 Sardinia, fully by 2 down hot. I thought her personal trials was a really good on. So doesn't look those sort of track conditions here today. Definitely firming up. But Ash Butler aboard. Good game is going to help for sure. Then I've got 12, which is Kamala. I just know that the Carraras will jump and run, and her trial was quite good at Northampton recently, beating a length and a half. Nothing flush about the time, but you would expect her to bounce. She's going to have to cross from a wide gate though. And the 4 Araceli showed good speed to sit outside the leader here last start, first up over 800 metres, but another one that draws horribly here. 7, 9, 12 and 4. Well, Jace, it's now a one-way track and there's not about the 7 Stella Boom.
Yeah, really starting to firm up here, Charlie. It's Stella Boom to red now, once again. $1 firm up push here. Bit of a 9 Sardinia. It's 420 now. So 4 Kelly. Get out to 750. Full spec there for 5 minutes 40 calories. $14. One of those which Carmela. Taking support for Stella Boo. Certainly
Yeah, it's been a good lead, hasn't it? $1.80, so has been crunched. Lovely conditions here at Bangul. I see the Queen of Emeralds here, Glenda Bell, so no doubt it's very cold out at Emeralds. Trying to think, we haven't really got much in the way of Emerald tab meetings coming up, so it'd be good to get back there eventually. Another great little regional track is Emerald, and if you're ever looking for a winner at Emerald, you could do worse than Blackback Glenda Bell. But she's here today for something, so I better find out later on. But Stella Boo, all the rage here for the second at Bangul. Look, they generally jump and go here, 800 metres. A wide gate, well, once you're there, you start managing from the 800 because they basically are running the whole way. So Stella Boo is now looking at $1.70. So provided she jumps away, you think on the speed we saw from her Victorian starts, she's going to be very, very hard to beat here. So there are a little tiny blows up. So it's magic for you. We are on a good 3, topping 18 degrees, but a heavy frost here this morning at Bangul, and they did get some rain, but it was a good 10 to 12 days ago. So it has really dried out, cool, dry air. This part of the world, particularly in the winter time, but a magic part of the world, this thing. As I said earlier, it's about 2 hours to the southwest of Rockhampton, basically inland from around the Padeston area. So plenty of farming out this way, that's for sure. Plenty of cattle too around Billawheel and Bangul areas. But as they load up well, $1.70 now about Stella Boo. Let's head to Darren Walker for his call of the second at Bangul.
My way has now moved forward into line. Sardinia about to come forward. Still quite a few runners out of line over there at the moment. Jackal's Dancer, Flawless Ambition, Stell's Angel, Rich Boy Harry, Kamala, quite a few yet to come forward. But as I said, heavily backed is Delaboo. Begin from gate 3. Jackal's Dancer now moves forward into line. Vision links up. Sardinia stands up well. Stella's Angel about to be led up. High Magnitude. Araceli still out of line. Kamala about to link up. Only a couple to load over there now. Naughty drawn the inside gate here. Araceli about to link up. High Magnitude still out of line over there also. It's working on one runner over there. Stood by the barriers here. Kamala is in. She's drawn deep on the track. Flawless Ambition drawn centre field. Araceli and High Magnitude, they'll be the last couple of runners to link up. Starter coming around. They're all in. Araceli moves up on the outside. Light is on. Delaboo down low, the favourite. Bounced cleanly. Outside Kamala began fast with Araceli. High Magnitude. Rich Boy Harry. Delaboo driving through on the inside. Then would have been Jackal's Dancer, who's getting back in the field. With Going My Way, Sardinia, Stella's Angel, and Naughty at the tail. Delaboo through the 8 of the inside, finds the front, leads 2 clear. Second place, Rich Boy Harry from Flawless Ambition. Kamala to the outside, starting to wind up into the straight. Delaboo, the favourite, goes for home. 2 in front, trying hard the outside. Rich Boy Harry to come after this leader. Delaboo in front. Rich Boy Harry coming the outside. Delaboo in front, and she will see it through. Delaboo beats Rich Boy Harry, Going My Way third. Then Flawless Ambition from Sardinia, Sells Angel. Power Shoot, followed by Naughty who ran on from Kamala, Jackal's Dancer. High Magnitude, and the last runner to get home in the event would have been Araceli.
Well, gee, she's got speed, hasn't she? Delaboo. She wasn't the most brilliant to begin, but she mustered through so quick. Look, I got a little nervous coming around the corner. Of course, she's an ex-Victorian. She's had one run up this way, but she got around okay, and he put one on her tail, and she pinched the margin on them, Delaboo. Gee, the run of Rich Boy Harry was good, closed off well, just couldn't pick up the speedy Delaboo, but a good effort to run second. The 13. Going My Way for Tash Chambers and Lee Wanless. Much better effort today, has run third. And I thought the one Flawless Ambition has got up to run fourth, but just confirm that it's away. On the outside, there it is. Bob Murray, Minute Kennedy, Flawless Ambition will run 4. So 7, 5, 13 and 1, the numbers. Poured that on late, Delaboo. Started at $1.50 on the tote, Delaboo, and she may have whacked a fair of it. Rich Boy Harry, as I said, closed off well, but just couldn't pick up the margin on the flying Delaboo. So when they couldn't get the first, Kevin Miller and Piper, they ran second, and they ran one better with Delaboo in the second at Bangor. 7, 5, 13 and 1 the numbers. Jace, back to you in the studio.
What a charge in, many thanks. We'll leave it there. Of course, Melbourne Tennis Scales in the second race. Got a bit too speedy for them. The I-League is sitting there. Sitting there. Heavily supported. Right, we're next to Scone now. We're up to the fourth race of the afternoon, 4th of 8. 1,300 metre paid. We open this sort of race. Sport early for backward glance. And a roper on board here for Paul Perry, 330, 390. Also the half skip up over 50, it'll be narrowly. Delicious Lisa and Born Aglen. Let's get out to go.
Race number 4 this afternoon here from Scone. We've got a maker coming up over 1,300 metres and a field of 10 to line up when we start with the 4-year-old son of press statement here, Melinda. That is Purple Haze for Adam Duggan and Mitchell Bell.
He's really liked the race. He's a 4-year-old gelding into the 2 race starts. He kicked it off with a placing at Wyong, and I thought last start was fair in behind Whispering Rupert. He comes back to country grade. He's drawn softly. He parades nicely. I think he's a place chance here.
Now, Oakfield Galaxy is the gelding number 4 for Chris Lees and Aaron Bullock.
He's only had the 1 race start. That was around 6 weeks ago, where admittedly he covered a bit of territory, but he was pretty disappointing in the run to the line where he was beaten around 9 lengths. That was at Newcastle in a fairly moderate maiden there behind Impressionism. He's probably immature to look at in the yard, but he should be able to improve somewhat off that performance back to country grade.
On to Omaha Sand. Here is the 5 first up. Ash Morgan on board for Matthew Smith.
So it's a really nice place to start the preparation and does look pretty hard to beat here in an even field this afternoon. I didn't mind the most recent of his run before the break in a provincial grade maiden where he closed off nicely over the 1200 behind Lau-esque. He's subsequently been tipped out to the paddock. He's had 3 trials today. He's a genuine 1400 metre horse, so the trials haven't jumped out at you. He looked really well placed this afternoon and parades in terrific order.
Second of the Chris Lees runners is Camel number 6. Second up, Andrew Gibbons, the rider.
So the 1 run back, which he would need to improve off. He was a drifter in the market. He opened up at 7s. He drifted $15 late in the piece, and he was beaten at around 16 lengths. Admittedly, he did cover a bit of territory, but was very disappointing in the run to the line. He's a really big leggy type. Gives you every impression he'll want further than this, but I do think the bigger track could play in his favour.
Number 7 has start 2, Quinlisa, for Annabelle and Rob Archibald and Grant Buckley.
She's up onto her toes at her second day at the races. She's a little bit warm around the edges, which is a solid effort considering it's pretty chilly here this afternoon. She showed good speed early on debut. That was at Gunnedah on Cup Day, and she was snagged settling behind the speed and popped a bit of a bump at the top of the straight, and from there on she'd had enough. She'll be better for that. She's back to the home track, and they've tinkered with the gear with her taking the crossover nose band off and throwing the pre-race muffs on for the first time.
Number 8, Borna Glen, for Rod Northam and Michaela Weir.
Yeah, well, he's yet to do a whole lot at the 3 race starts to date, but I thought it was a touch better last start after sitting 3 deep the trip there at Warren. No doubt he may meet slightly stronger company, but Rod Northam's horses seem to put their best foot forward at the home track, and he's always gave the impression he'd be looking for this kind of trip and a touch further.
Number 9, he's the new favourite, Backward Glance, for Paul Perry and Anna Roper.
Well, she looks very well placed here this afternoon. She's placed 2 of her last 3. She had genuine excuses behind a subsequent city winner in Millie DeLune there last start, where she blundered on a couple of occasions on the very heavy surface. She's acquitted herself well on soft surfaces in the past. Anna Roper knows her well. She draws an inside gate with no weight on her back. This is probably the best chance she's had to break the maiden.
On to Enchantress we go. Number 10, Chris Lees, JBO.
He's fairly lightly raced, had the 6 goes, yet to record a placing, while she has. She's coming off her last start 17 length defeat. Hard to give you a really push off the back of that. Give you a real push off the back of that effort.
Fourth of the Lees runners, Malicious, is number 11, and the rider Will Stanley.
Yeah, 1 run back. That was off the back of 2 trials, where I thought she had every chance there at Tamworth over the 1200 metres and did prove very in one pace over the concluding stages. No doubt that'll bring her along. She gets on a better surface here this afternoon, but I'll be looking for her over a touch further moving forward.
And Miss Riot Rose is the last of them. Rod Ollitt's looking for a race-to-race double. New rider Luke Rolls.
It was time to overdo things in the early stages last preparation. She's first up today, and she was beaten around 14 lengths in a recent trial, so happy enough to see what she does.
So they're off to the gates head of the 4th event on the program, maiden over 1,300 metres. Borna Glen comes here 3rd run into the preparation. Is trained on the track by Rod Northam, who's out there now with Belinda.
Well, what do you make of Borna Glen? He's only had the 3 race starts. He was wide throughout. I thought it was a touch better last start.
Yeah, it was. It was a better run. It's a bit of a work in progress. He's still figuring it out. I think the home track will help him a lot today. Not too sure about the sort of shift and surface. It's a bit loose out there, but the big horse, big stride. I don't mind him, but it's just whether or not it's a bit too soon.
Yeah, he always gave the impression physically that he'd be looking for a trip.
Yeah, not so much that. I think just needs to mature. He's still all bones at the moment. He's a big boy, but another 6 to 12 months' time, he'll be all right.
In the last, you have Release Point. We're kicking off over the short course. No trial to speak of.
Yeah, no, he's probably more a miler. So we didn't worry about trialing him. We just thought we'd get the prize money, give him a run first up, and it's a lot better for the owners to get prize money than pay to go around in trials. So, but he'll run well fresh 1100. He did run well last time fresh over 1100. So on this track he should go as well.
From doing his best work, mate. Good luck with the team.
Yeah, thank you.
There he is, Rod Morgan. Born in Glen in the upcoming race. It's an $11 chance. They're over there behind the start. Backward glance, best back, $3.80 to $3. There's this place Omaha Sand at the top of betting. It goes $3.40 out to 4. Malicious Rock Solid at $6. One of 4 runners for Chris Lee's for Lisa. $6.50 out of point, and then 40 is 10 out of 11. Just heard from 3 minutes out. Fourth in the lead up at 1,300 metres.
Yeah, I'm with the 5 Omaha Sand here, simply off the basis of what the Jockey's grade made in the last preparation. His first up, he's had the 3 trials. He gets a nice gate with Ash Morgan on board. I was inclined to swing in his direction over the well-supported backward glance, which is concerning. Generally, when the money does come to the Perry stable, it is pretty much on song. I do think she's shown enough in the 4 runs this preparation. She was well beaten last start, but it does look significantly easier, and I do believe she can improve up on top of the ground. She comes back and trips on 1,500 to 1,300 metres today. The 8 ball, though, Glenn, I think Rod sums it up nicely. He does work in progress, but it was a touch better run last start up and covering the ground that people were. Maybe in that easier company and saying that, but I think they need to getting back.
So the odds changed. That poll doesn't make sense anymore. The odds are on 9. 9 has become the favorite. 9 has the roof, the best jock.
Brett Buckley out for saddle for Lisa at the moment. So behind the gates, Chris Lee's 4 runners. Lincoln Galaxy and Bruce Mackenzie's colours. Camel Galaxy, Australian Bloodstock colours. John Neal's colours being supported by
It's like 7 races. It still could not break the maiden.
speed. What goes forward here?
Well, that's open to interpretation. Release showed good speed on debut there at Canada, and saying that they're going to cross over on here this afternoon. So that makes me worry that maybe trying to harness her with speed. We lost speed with a couple of scratchings. Maybe Purple Haze can punch forward and hold some kind of spot, and possibly Colonel Malicious. But overall, there didn't look to be a whole lot of genuine speed on paper.
Okay, so Jacob McClellan not riding here today. So Luke Rolls goes aboard Miss Ride Rose here in race 5. Pardon me, Serge Lisney is now the rider of the bullheaded, and not a bad one. Race 7, number 12 is now at Roper. Lake Mount numbers here, 5, 9, 8, 7. So touch 290, just back to $3, goes back with glance. Over Omaha Sand is at 4, and then Too Malicious just a little move into 5.50, $8 for Lisa. It's the 4th, that the horse and rider was over there behind the line for Lisa. So, up in the structure, waiting for Lisa.
Yeah, I didn't mind her debut run. I ended up with a couple of excuses on speed and took fence on that occasion, and she got a good bump and got bumped out into the interior section of the track. So back at home,
Maiden here, this is over the 1,300 as we head upstairs.
Right Rose comes in. About the 1,300 metre start. 4 to 4. Red light on. All loaded away. And moving in with one near the centre. Starter has them. Away, and not a bad line out. Backward glance begin nicely near the inside. Omaha Sand and Purple Haze are both going forward. As is Oakfield Galaxy, and then Cantress is now starting to rev up out wide on the track, as is Miss Riot Rose. So Enchantress about to run to the lead over Miss Riot Rose, Oakfield Galaxy, Purple Haze back on the inside in 4th. followed by Kermalicious. Backward Glance goes back to the second half of the field. Around it was Born Glen. In the centre then Omaha Sand. And a length and a half back then to Kamal, who's back second last, and Crulisa is back at the tail. That lead the back straight, head to the 700 metres. On top is Incantress, narrowly over Miss Right Rose. They're 2 lengths in front of Oakfield Galaxy. On its outside in turn was Kermalicious as they run to the 500 metres. Next then came Purple Haze, and Omaha Sand was next, followed by Borna Glen. Backward Glance is still back in the second half of the field from Crulisa, and Kamal coming to the outside around the bend. It is Incantress the leader. Miss Riot Rose in second. Kermalicious is now starting to work home down the centre. Backward Glance near the inside with Purple Haze, and Borna Glen is joining in as well. 5 across the track. 200 metres left to go. Kermalicious and Borna Glen. Borna Glen on the outside. Backward Glance right up along the inner. Backward Glance and Borna Glen. Backward Glance, I think narrowly over Borna Glen, Kermalicious, Purple Haze. Omaha Sand, and then came further back in Cantress from Kamal, Crulisa, Oakfield Galaxy, and Miss Riot Rose.
Your money was right. Well back, Backward Glance lands some nice bets here. And when they spread right across the track, getting up underneath the lot of them was Backward Glance to go on to win over Borna Glen. And we heard from Rod pre-race, so he'll be encouraged by that with a horse that he thinks is 12 months away. Kermalicious has gone well after hitting the front. It's a long straight here at Scone. When you hit the front, Purple Haze will wind up in 4th spot. But as I say, the money was bang on, and the filly Saxon Warrior wins at a 8 stars.
Yeah, and it was a nice patient ride from Anna Roper there.
9, 8, 11, 3.
Down the fence, and what a deserved win on the board. Being knocking at the door. Have provincial great.
So what happened, that 9 actually went through. It had everything. It had one of the best jockeys. It was the largest drift. Then came in 8, which was another EW. 7 and 8 both were EW. But eight had a little better jockey, that's all. Then it came to 11. No, then it came to 3. 11 and 3. So the 5 did not do anything. The 6 has been scratched from race number 5. Three, 4, 1, 2. This is the fifth one here. If we look through the odds, it's 3, 4, 1, and 2. 3 is the favorite. If we look through the rails, then we get 2 of the horses within the rails. First is 4 and the 2. 2 happens to be the largest outer, and 4 is the third linear. The linear is 3. The second linear is 1. And that's how it is being laid. Now, there are these EWs which are with a lot of advantage going on. First is 10, which is there up here. It's a total green line on a 1300 meter with one of the BBs. That is a check. This thing can get in and can get in from any angle. But here the question is between 3 and 4. So the 4 has the physics. The 3 doesn't have the physics. It lacks the rails. It's not there. It's lying here. And if we look at the jockey, the 4 has the linear jock. This is the third linear jock on the linear. So that's a mismatch. The drifts are here. They can easily get in. They are there. So a club, a combination is difficult to assume in this particular situation. But that 8 is with one of the best jocks, which is here. It's a 1300 meter. These are the jocks who are basically for 1300 meters, the yellow ones. For 1000 meters and less than 1000 meters, probably the green ones. But here, these are the guys. Now, I like the 4 because of the jock and how it has been placed. So we'll take a look at the 4. If it doesn't get tailed, we'll go with 4. The rest of the possibilities are there. I mean, generally it is like linear drift and then something else, or linear EW and then something else. But we also have to consider the rails, which is there, and the 2 is not with one of the best jocks. We needed one of these guys to be on this. So the 2 is the largest drift, but this is also when they fail, and we'll know why they fail. Is because, I mean, this is something that needs to be taken a deep look. We've seen them failing from this particular position, and why that happens is something that I have not been able to figure out. But now we have the jockey placings as well, so we know that this jock with that position is not right. We needed one of these guys to be here, so that's not there. In fact, if we had the this jock up here, this would have been a better chance for this. So I'm not sure if that'll work, but generally speaking, that's the combination. That is how it should work, either this or this or this. But it's a benchmark 58. So we'll see. The best hand is this, guys. The 5. The 5 are the best hands. They have not been. They're doing good. They're doing good. They are also tailing 5, 6, 5 and 4. They're also tailing. They're here. This guy is here. Got the physics. This guy doesn't have the physics. But then again, the drifts do not need the physics. On the contrary, when they have the physics, we've seen them failing. But we'll see why that happens. When they are within the rails, everything looks good. Why do they fail from this position? So they both have 2 of the jocks that are not very promising. We needed something on the larger drift or a linear jock on this, but that's not the case. So anyway, we'll see. But I like the 4. The 4 is the one which is within the rails, got the physics. All good with 4, actually. And then, of course, these spell horses are there. I don't know how that'll work. This is an EW, which is the 8, with one of the largest drift jocks. The 10 definitely is a check. It's touching the roof, can go through. The problem is this, that this is a linear, and anything which is lesser than this is a threat to this one. This is the best horse, but it is lacking rails, so the physics definitely is not present with this. Also, the jock is not one of the best jocks. It is the 3rd best jock or the 4th best jock, whatever that is. The 1 is also good, but winning again. This one can be challenged by this, can be challenged by this, anyone. Especially with the advantage, because it's an exposed one. This is an exposed one. This is also an exposed one. It's a 400. It's not that it is a 250 or a 350. No, it is not. It is a 400. So I think it's a 1300 meter. We'll just believe the handicapping on this 4.
Kevin Clinton Taylor has a run. You're riding for Jordan Lee here, smoking to Quars. Good run last start, Rob.
Yeah, it was. Nice run over trip. Rocky jumped, led, and kicked on well. So dropping past the Fendel, he should be on the pace, making his own luck. We think it'd be hard to beat.
Had good form down the Northern Rivers too, so on that would have to be very, very hard to beat here.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, his last run, dropping past the Fendel road, and like I said, he's going to be on the pace, which definitely helps here. So it'll be a good chance.
I want to touch on some other rides you've got today. Papacito in race 4 for Clinton Taylor. Promising horse, won a couple nicely early, and would you say disappointing last start?
Yeah, look, he's got a interesting face value. Drops a lot in weights. He won't know himself at age 55. I don't know if he's ever carried that weight. So, yeah, look, he just for his last run on his 2 runs before that, I think he'd be a really good chance to go.
Again, Gitano in race 5, he was very impressive at Mackay on debut.
Yeah, nice horse. Probably the best for the ride, I think. Stepping up to football to suit. Really big horse. Probably a slight question mark around the top of the turn track of Fendel, but he did handle the quite pretty well. But yeah, he's a promising horse. He's probably one to follow from the day.
Of course, you're off to Doomben tomorrow for the old firm with Olivia Cairns, teaming up with a couple and up to Townsville Thursday, and just a lazy Group 1 on Saturday.
Yeah, a bit of a busy week. We've got to be in it to win it Saturday. You know, probably haven't got the abilities to make some answers, but we run all day. We ran a good race on last Saturday, backing up. So, you know, aim for top 10 will be good, but got to be in it to win it. Anything can happen. Could do a Stephen Bradbury.
Of course, we're speaking of the Bear for Sharon Livingston and the JJ Atkins backing up to with the barrier draw.
No, that's giving me the business door for a local, but look, any sort of rain would help, but look, very realistic. You know, as long as he races great over there.
Mate, you go and enjoy the sun. Kick us home a few winners at Bengal today. There he is, Justin Stanley. He does get to the odd Bengal meeting, but not all the time. He's not a regular, I would say. Generally only comes when Taylor's got a couple of chances. He has got that today for sure, but Jay's spoken to Gua, pretty solid here in the market.
Certainly is, Joji. Yeah, into 230 now, continues to firm up in the 10-cent increments, and continues again here from about 280 on to that preview to 260, 70, to 250, 240, now 230. So continues to firm up this mare. Sependra has been out the gate really to 80 at 340. Really good drift. Whilst Shabisharaz, no, its position there, we only got the 440 on $4, so it's still well. Combined and rare was a little easy price of 47. Price was 12. Smoking the car, all the way here, smoking the car of 230, Joe. He's got a little bit short of 220.
Yeah, it's good support. You can see a few that really crunched late in the betting for a thing. Well, I've seen a few plunges in the past come off. This is not a major one. Gee, they backed the second winner, didn't they? Stella Boo. It was a good go. It started as short as about $1.60 on some markets, but that was in the second. But Smoking to Qua, Justin Stanley, yeah, just on the back of that very good run at Rockhampton last start. And the former at Grafton over, 1800 to 1900 was quite sound up on speed. So you would think she carries pretty good form lines here. She's got to like the 59 kilos, but look, most of them have to carry the weight here for sure, and it's not the strongest race in the world. But as I said, good day, thank you. Coolish conditions, but we're on a good 3, so conditions are firming all the time. But this will be a good jump from the mile start. They'll head around the top corner into the back straight, and I'd say JP Stanley will be looking for a forward position nice and early here. Here's Darren Walker for the third at Bengal.
Yeah. Favourite links up and we're ready to go. Race 3 on this afternoon's card. So Brent Gray marks time. Settles racing. Perfect dispatch. Charlene off the inside began quickly. So Brent Gray is going forward at the early stages and Smoking to Quo. The favourite will settle third. They're followed by Fine and Rare, Shabu Shalar. Girame will settle next to last, and Pride and Joy is at the tail of the field. Surprendre, a narrow leader, leads a half length clear. Charlene is in second, and Smoking to Quo third the outside. Shaboosh last slots in for the gun run, fourth the inside. Followed by Fine and Rare, Girame. Pride and Joy is at the tail of the field. Onto that first corner. Surprendre found the front and is put back on the bit, leads a length and a half clear. Smoking to Quo is in second position, third the inside Charlene. They're followed by Shabu Shalab, who starts to pick up ground the outside from Girame. Fine and Rare, and now Pride of Joy is about to be satellite 3 deep from the tail of the field. Down the side of the course they come. 600 metres before them. Surprendre travels well in front. Leads a half length clear. Smoking to Quo second the outside, and niggled at. Back behind them, Shabu Shalar starting to run. Fine and Rare. Charlene Girame is back to the tail of the field. They're about to set sail for home, and Surprendre has opened up at the top of the straight. Put 4 lengths on them. Smoking to Quo is in second. Fine and Rare to the outside from Shabu Shalar, but Surprendre is well clear in the run to the wire. Surprendre races down to the wire, scores by 6. Smoking to Quo second, then Fine and Rare, Shabu Shalar, Girame, next to last Charlene. Last runner to get home was Pride and Joy. Very easy performance there for Surprendre. Was able to find the front in the early stages, travel very comfortably in front down the side, and really put them to the sword at the top of the straight, raced away to score, and has won easily. Number 7, Surprendre, you'll find the winner after the running of race number 3. Second home in the event will go to number 8, which was, second home in the event will go to number 6, which was Smoking to Quo, and third home in the event going to number 8, which was Fine and Rare.
Well, Phil, that was one active fair. Very good win. Well placed today. Much better run last time.
Yeah, no, we're absolutely stoked. We thought we did it up here. The rating's getting a bit down, and locally it's getting really tough. But certainly
Another winner.
and today, you never know, but I'd like to, yeah.
Good ride by Amy Graham. Positive. Was it always the intentions to lead?
It was on kick one off. We thought, we always wanted to sort of like speed positively, especially with the track here. It's a known leaders track. We didn't want to have to make up too much ground at the end. So, all went to plan.
Well done. Good win.
Thank you very much.
There he is, Phil Bovic, and yeah, good win, wasn't it, by this mare? She just left them standing, turning for home, and you thought Smoking to Quo was under a lot of pressure on the corner, so she was basically gone to a credit. She's fought on well to run second. The 8 Fine and Rare, the maiden horse, has run third. That was a good effort, so maybe there's a maiden win somewhere. The 3 Shabu Shalar has run fourth for Glenda Bell, but all honest, the winner, it was one active there, wasn't it? Surprendre, mare by Epaulet. She's now won 2 from 14, and yeah, look, she did show good improvement last start on the poly track at the Gold Coast, so that run obviously set her well for a race like this. She was able to just roll on speed, pitch the margin, and never looked in any doubt at all. So good, strong, positive ride by Amy, and that's fair getting bolted in, doesn't it? 7, Surprendre. Not really excuses for Smoking to Quo. She just came under pressure doing all the chasing, didn't she? And she just couldn't quite match Modus. Look, she battled on, but it was a long way off the leader. It was 6 3/4 lengths or something like that. So it's a fair old margin. I'll try and pick Amy up for a chat. A couple of nice rides later. But that was a good, positive ride. She has ridden quite a few winners here at Bengal in the past, so She's giving the debrief. Hopefully she doesn't give me the brush off. They can sometimes do that, but she's playing over, so she's heard most of the brush. No, she's coming. Well done, Amy. She doesn't brush me like some of them. Amy, good win, positive ride. She's bolted.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, initially we didn't want to leave that, but there wasn't as much to sort of take them like I thought they would. But once she sort of landed in front, she was quite comfortable. I just sort of rolled on a little bit. Yeah, sort of turned home, and she just kept kicking and kept climbing, and yeah, she's really on the swing.
Saw Stanley off the bit doing all the chasing, so that would have made you pretty happy on the corner.
Yeah, once I seen them doing a little bit of extra work, I thought, you know,
Well done, you got another winner today.
yeah, I hope so.
Me too. I think the later in the day you got a couple of nice rides.
Yeah, I've got that fast one on winner, so a lot of faith in that horse. I haven't thought ideally, but I think it's good enough to set it out there. So,
Well, good luck later, but that's one down. We've still got a few more to go.
yeah. Thank you.
Well done.
Please have a good day.
There she is, Amy Graham. Good ride, wasn't it? And great, positive, and the horse did.
So on the second thought, I'm not going to get into this. This doesn't look right.
Well, with the first leg of the quaddy kicking off shortly, I'll give you a little bit of a helping hand if you're after one with the quaddy today. Belinda's quaddy reads this way. Pretty skinny. They're consider these legs wide open in this first leg of the quaddy. So I guess hoping for anything other than Calico to win it. And Suba 1 by 2 and then third, second, third, and fourth legs. So Calico missed 155 on those picks there. She was 39, 55, 75, 750. Here is that quaddy from Belinda Smith. 3, 4, 2, 1, 5. 1 and 11, 5. Standing outside 7 and 3, they 7, 7 and 6 in the final race of the day. Just cost you a lobster for 100% or plays a big time. The yard is almost ready to go. In fact, about to go and go right now.
Race 5, thank you, Jace. Kicks off the first leg of the quaddie here, as you say, and the benchmark 58 over the 1,300 metres will kick it off. And we start with the locally trained galloper Twilight Rock, who rides up at his 20th start for Brett Kavanagh and Brake Knock.
20th run with just a lot in his name, but hard to knock him off the 2 runs back in preparation. He was being good from back in the field on both occasions over the short course. When he did win a race, it was over this trip, so that's positive. We're at home. He has to up the big weight here this afternoon. That's negative.
On to number 2 we go, Insightful Award, a 5-year-old mare for Scott Singleton at JPO.
A little bit out of character for her last start, and she wanted to get really over racing in the early piece, and she just didn't finish off as well. But she loves these conditions. The soft 6 ideal for her this afternoon. We're back at home. We're at the ideal trip. She'll have a chance of going very close here today. She parades terrific.
One of the favourites, the Armadale trained filly and Calico Miss. The Sterling Osland and Michaela Williams.
Well, the punters have really zeroed in on her. She was very short last time I looked, but I do believe that's warranted. She brings all the upside. I loved her debut win. That was at Corindi, and then she backed that up with a solid performance after being 3 deep the trip at Inverell, where she ran into Poison and Sun. I probably think she meets stronger company here this afternoon. It's not easy to do to sit 3 deep the trip at Inverell and still run well. I think she's going to be hard to beat in this.
Okay, on to another of the fancies according to the market. Healer's Fantasy, number 4 for Wayne and Shay Wilkes.
Been doing a good job, this little girl. She's had 10 race starts for 2 wins and 5 placings. She placed first up at Port Macquarie and backed that up with a nice win there at the home track. She's only lightly framed. She's up on her toes in the mounting yard here this afternoon, but that claim is a big asset here this afternoon. She only has to bring the home track form here to be very competitive.
Number 5, he's managed the cycle for Jeremy Gaskin, Sienna Grimer.
I love his first start run behind True Darn Lovely over the short course there at Corindi. He does appear better suited up in trip to the 1,300 here this afternoon. You see the best of him on this soft track. He goes around big odds, but I definitely don't think he's out of it.
6 is out on 7, Smart Jazz, Jeremy Sylvester, Luke Rolls.
He's had 2 runs back. It was an improved performance last start behind Whistling Straits, where he was found to have raced wide without cover. So a bit of merit to that effort. He's a tricky horse. You generally see the best of him when there's a solid clip up front. That then allows him to settle and do his best work late. I don't have him in my numbers, so I definitely don't think he's the worst.
Number 8, 13 under, is here for Justin Bowen and Shannon Llewellyn.
Yeah, probably needs a slightly easier race and a slightly firmer surface, but that claim for Shannon Llewellyn is a positive, and he draws to get every chance here today.
Uninsurable, number 9, Karen and Maddie Owen combined.
Yeah, I think they've went out in the track. I managed to turn my eyes over uninsurable. She's a 7-year-old mare by Al Mahar. The only win that she did record was at Grafton. That was close to a year ago. She's drawn up awkwardly. The positive is Maddie Owen knows her well, and she gets to no way on her.
And the last one is number 10, Bullheaded, Tracy Bell and the new rider, Serge Disney.
He's been racing consistently well this preparation, probably in easier grade races, but nothing wrong with the last start effort. Being behind Papiano, where he led and gave a good kick there at Corindi, and as soon as he meets stronger company here this afternoon, it's going to be interesting to see how he measures up.
So race 5 kicks off the first leg of the quaddie here this afternoon, just over 5 minutes out. And the $1.50 favourite in her first preparation is Calico Miss, the daughter of Betterland, for the Armadale trainer Sterling Osland, who's out there now with Belinda.
Well, she's been very impressive today. What do you
Look, we've done everything right. Still got a little bit of tweaks there and that sort of stuff, but look, she's obviously got plenty of ability. We got second there the other day, but just a tricky sort of run, got posted deep. Had to sort of get a long way around that corner there at Inverell and posted 3 deep. Cody's horse won 8 very well, 3.5 on. Even after working throughout, she's still taking ground off it, working all the way through the line. Long way between runs. I think she was 5 or 6 weeks between runs, between that Corindi and Inverell run. So probably a little bit overfresh that day and really need of a run. We've obviously a little bit tighter turnaround this time. She's drawn nice. It was a good clean run. Hopefully she's just a little bit of tweaking stuff in the barrier still to work out. If she can get through that, nice jumps clean. Yeah, hell of a chance.
She won the maiden on debut over 1,200. You stepped her back to the 11 fresh at Inverell, 1,300 no issue.
No, I think she's probably 13, 14. Sort of probably where we'd be really looking at the moment to see where we go from that. But obviously 13's no problem at all. Obviously that first start over 1200, we'd always thought we'd just probably be looking further, but just at the time between runs, that 1100 option was a good option for us.
What do you make of bets in race 6? It was a nice win first up.
Yeah, I think a nice win. Obviously, that sort of Queensland form he had has been sort of 1800, 2000 metres. So to get it done, show good speed, sort of sprint away them at 1400 is a good kick-off for us. He's probably still going to improve as we get sort of further up in trip. But look, I think obviously he sort of controlled speed and controlled there at Inverell there the other day. I think he's on 10 or something at the moment. So just where he gets to end a run. But look, he's definitely going to be a nice 2000 metre horse for us. Sort of hopefully we can sort of be a class 2 by the time we get there.
What do you made it point out? One well first up, missed the ticket here, second up, and last start, you gave him a squeeze and he looked under pressure on the way from home.
I thought the other day more he never got off the bit. He was always boxed up in amongst runners. And he probably is a horse that probably just needs a bit of space. That sort of win first up, he was drifted out over the top of runners and was the widest horse on the track. Just always had plenty of momentum and plenty of movement up. Obviously missed the kick here, didn't help, and just never really got a chance to wind up there at Moree the other day. It was always cluttered up, just went through to the bit on the line. If we can find a bit of space today and get him some clear running and really let his legs fly, hopefully we can sort of bounce back to that first up run. Thank you.
Here he is, Sterling Osmond. Calico missed this morning, was 2.15, and it's now on 2's on. So $1.50, having been 1 cent worth of reduction. So a dominant favourite and clearly best backed. Sheila's Fantasy has gone 460 to 550 and occupies that second line of betting. Twilight Rock is 6 out of the weight, and the other one, and that $8 quotas and cycle of water has been fairly solid, pretty well all day. But all the money coming for this filly with my Betterland having a third start. Calico miss. She's into $1.50.
Yeah, very short. Obviously, punters have been impressed. That's what I have been with her. I loved her debut with just the way she built through her gears and shown a really nice turn of foot late to win easily there. And I thought there was plenty of merit, run out at Maiden Company last start. She gets a nice gate today. I like the step back up in trick for her. She'll be able to have a couple of options there. Michaela knows her well now. She's had to sit on her at both race starts today, and I do think she's pretty hard to beat here. The 4 Sheila's Fantasy, another horse has been doing a really good job. She gets in well with that claim for Shay knows her well. Hard to knock how she's going. The 2 Insightful Award. These Scone Racecourse horses are just so hard to beat at home. I think she gets a chance here this afternoon. She's been looking to get back on the big track. She's been looking for a soft surface over this part of the trip, so she gets it. She just needs to put her best foot forward. And the top weight Twilight Road, he doesn't win often, but he's really far from the action. He has to lump the big weight, but he's a lovely big strong horse. And another one that gets the home track advantage, 3, 4, 2, 1.
Okay, so they're at the start, 3, 4, 2, 1. The late male numbers here. The favourite had a couple of trials before that debut run at Carindai, where she was heavily back. She started short at Inverell. He mentioned the run that she had. Just get the impression listening to Sterling there that really quite likes this filly.
Yes, and I can see why. I've been really impressed. He's scratched on a number of questions, but I don't know. 6 weeks, 2 months leading to a debut run to the second start. So I think because she drew wide gate, obviously has been keen to plan out those separations and look after and good see right into the race. So Sterling did make mention of a few of the barriers. So.
Yeah, Michaela was waiting for her in the structure, but everything's okay now as we head upstairs. There is Twilight Rock going in. It's fine, there's only 3 left to load. Good luck if you're having a quaddie here. Benchmark 50 as you kick it off at the 1,300 metres. As we head upstairs, is Phil.
13 under to go up riderless as Uninsurable goes in. The outsiders of the field. And a bull-headed. So Serge Leslie on board, replacing Darryl McClellan. It's yet to come up as well. 13 under goes up riderless. Bull-headed about to come in. Goes up now. And the line is set. 5th event from Scone, 1,300. Set to go. Away. And Calico Miss from the inside gate away nicely with Smart Jazz. Sheila's Fantasy and Twilight Rock working over from that wide gate. And then came Insightful Award, who's settling in the 5th spot. Early on, Uninsurable was next, and then Bullheaded, followed by Managed to Cycle and 13 under on its inside is back at the tail. Favourite takes up the lead as they're about to lead the back straight, heading inside the 1,000 metres. There's Calico Miss by 3/4, Sheila's Fantasy, Smart Jazz third the inside of Twilight Rock, and then Insightful Award. A little bit deep there is Uninsurable going around them. And then 13 under, Bullheaded, and a couple away Managed to Cycle back at the tail. Calico Miss is the leader as they run down the side. 600 metres out, led by 3/4 over Sheila's Fantasy, Uninsurable out 3 wide, Smart Jazz on the back of the speed, and then Twilight Rock in the yellow colours in the centre. Insightful Award was further back, followed by 13 under, Bullheaded, and Managed to Cycle. Calico Miss is the leader as they straighten up 350 metres out. Smart Jazz is now out and chasing, followed next by Sheila's Fantasy, 13 under the inside, saving ground, and then Twilight Rock and Insightful Award. Calico Miss is the leader and it got away. So they run to the 100 metres. It's more than 2 lengths in front. Smart Jazz can't pick it up. 13 under late the inside, then Managed to Cycle, but it is Calico Miss. Calico Miss over Smart Jazz. Managed to Cycle got third, fourth in 13 under, then Twilight Rock, Sheila's Fantasy. Further back was Insightful Award with Bullheaded and Uninsurable last in.
She leads all the way. The short prize favourite Calico Miss for Sterling Osland and Michaela Weir. I thought just sleepingly when Smart Jazz, who'd had a lovely run in behind the speed, when he got off the fence, I thought, hello, this is going to be interesting. But the class shone through there with Calico Miss, who then has come away to put a margin on them and go on and win at $1.60 and 110 over Smart Jazz. Has run a very creditable race. Managed the Cycles run was enormous, was a minute back, and it's flushed home in the 3rd spot at 13 under. Will wind up in 4th.
Yeah, well, that's how you want to see a hop win, isn't it? Probably surprised to see Michaela land in front. She's looked to settle in behind a couple of both race starts today, but nice and fresh here this afternoon. Through the inside gate, not to take luck out of the equation, and she seems far too good for them in the run to the line. So she quickly gets win number 2 on the board, and well done to the connections on the Sterling Osland stable. I agree with you. I thought the 7th Smart Jazz was really good here this afternoon. He was aided by a nice ride by Good Girl, settled in behind the leader and eventual winner, and has ran on well. With the horse I want to follow out of the race is the 5, which is Managed the Cycle. Big odds here this afternoon. The both runs back have been encouraging, and surely another win isn't too far away.
Okay, Sterling Osland is here with this filly Calico Miss. What a great first preparation she's had.
Yeah, look, the 3-year-old's not a big filly either, so 9.5, it's not top of what we want to carry with it. If she keeps doing it, it's a bit too soft on it there at Inverell the other day, as I thought. One of the sort of fair horses, just lead, run, but the other day. Look, she controlled throughout there, feeling pretty comfortable. Behaviour looked a lot better as well, so I think
It was, so when Jeremy's horse got off the fence, but I like this might be interesting that
Crew 48, 14 all scratched.
even better horse with another prep under a belt too, so we might have to come.
well done.
5, 13, 11,
On
12.
this Sterling Osland, and Michaela's on her way out to catch up with Belinda. He's winning into the 2nd race, and only a 3rd start. Michaela's now with Belinda.
Well done, Leigh. She looks pretty handy and she's putting it together quickly.
Yeah, she is. I'm just super glad I got to stay on it today after Inverell. We didn't have a lot of luck at Inverell. But from the good gate today, she was really well behaved in the gates and she was able to bounce really well, gave her a little squeeze. Wasn't as much speed as I thought, so she just took it up easy enough, and she actually enjoyed it out in front. She had a rear sprig the whole time, and she just had a nice full and gallop into the straight, and she went on with it.
So was it your intention to lead, or are you just happy to keep her in a comfort zone?
No, the intention wasn't to lead. We thought something else would lead us, but once she was there, I just let her be happy, and she was absolutely wrapped with that.
I was watching her past the winning post. She looks to have a little bit of a mind of her own. She didn't really want to pull up for you.
No, and she's got that tendency in the yard and in the gates too, so she's a little bit quirky, but she's getting better.
Plenty of good horses in your time. It's nice to get on one with a bit of ability. Where do you think she can get to?
Well, I think she could definitely get to a highway and then sort of progress from there, but I'll leave that up to Sterling. Well done. Thank you. Thanks.
Kayla Weir winning rider, taking out the 5th event with a short price favourite. Calico Miss, a daughter of Betterland out of the Hitch, there in region. And the shorty takes out the first leg of the quaddy, Jace.
Does indeed, Gav. 160. stood out perhaps. Just took the bears to them, wasn't it? But a smart jersey managed the cycle. Different out of 111.40, so I think a bit over 100 first, a bit over 3758 to kick off the Quantitative from Scone. And we return back to Bangor for their next event. It's also the first leg of their quad, so I want to get involved for their Bangor. Now's the time to get underway with the River Hotel Open Handicap. A Pasito is good out from $182. The squat 3 Kings have support. Really dominated betting here. Ahead of let me go for 12. We'll see from field of 6. The quaddy from Chargy suggests you go this way. It's also going wide in this first leg. 3.75. 187 to 102. $72 cost for 4 units. Cincinnati, yard. Good job.
Welcome back to Thangul. First leg of the quaddy race for the Billawheeler Hotel Open Handicap. It's over 1,300 metres. We've only got 6 to go around here, but there's some quality in the race, that's for sure. Let's have a look at the one. Let Me Let Go from the Nick Walsh stable at Rockhampton. Nicky Oldzard to ride gate 2. He's got 163 kilos. He's a real roll forward horse, son of Pierro's never been here before. He was a Rocky winner over 1,200 fall back. He's just disappointed his last couple of runs. He was in a good race at Rockhampton 2 back though, so he will find this easier for sure, and he is favoured up on speed. The 2 is 4 Valor from the Tim Cook stable at Rockhampton. Amy Graham to ride gate 6. She takes 1.5 off down to 59. Tongue tie first time. Winkers off first time. Tail chain off the first time. Good win at Mackay 2 starts back over the 15.60, and they just got powdered badly in the Amateur Cup last start at Mackay. Maybe tongue tie going on first time suggests all wasn't well there. We go to the 3. Real Key from the Mark Cochran stable at Rockhampton. Royal Oliveira to ride gate 3, 59.5 kilos. He's a 10-year-old, but look, he's still got a zest for racing. He was the last start Emerald winner. Thought his run at Mackay 3 back over 1,300 was really good behind Acrophobic. He's been here and won before. He'll relish a genuine speed here. I think he's a knockout chance for sure. The 5 is Diddley Squat from the Clint Taylor stable at Rockhampton. Ash Butler to ride gate 5, 58 kilos. Son of Mickey Isle. He's a real speedster up in front over 1,200 metres. He's going to stretch out to 1,300. He has won one at 1,400 metres, but look, from what we've seen in his recent runs, that last 100 is going to be a little bit of a battle here, but he's in very good form. He beat Meteor Empire last start at Rockhampton, and prior to that he was racing well. So, look, I can't sell him short in this for sure. 6 is Basawa from the Wayne Baker stable at Roma. Isabella Jessup to ride gate 1, takes 3 off down to 53.5 kilos. So the 3 runs back from a break at Rome, Olgafella and Toowoomba. Hasn't really shown a lot, so I think we'd prefer just to have a watch and wait for him to show something for us. The 7 is Papacito to round us out from the Clinton Taylor stable at Rockhampton. Justin Stanley to ride from gate 4, 55 kilos. Sort of better than ready. Still got a little bit of tightening up to do, but he was a good winner his first 2 runs, Rockhampton and Mackay, and then disappointed in what was a hot race behind Parade Ground last start at Rockhampton. He can roll forward. He's going to have some company there, but it's a very interesting tactical race. That's a look at them from the mounting yard. Race 4 at Thangul. Well, Clinton Taylor holds the key here. He's got the first favourite and the second favourite. Favourite is the 7 Papacito, $1.95 to 2.10. 5 Diddley Squats, 270 to 310. You got the 1 Let Me Let Go, steady at $5. The 3 Real Key, 850 got out to 9, back into 750. So they're the ones in the market here for race 4 at Thangul. Of course, this is the first leg of the quaddy, and gee, I thought it was a good little race actually. There's only the 7, but as we saw there earlier, I've thrown all my top 4 selections in the quaddy because I thought any 4 of those would win. And the market's got Clint Taylor's pair rock solid. But I've gone 3, 7, 1 and 5. I'm with the 3 in Real Key. I just thought he's been here before. He likes to sit off what looks a genuine speed here, and he's an 18-time winner this horse. So he knows how to win a race. And look, he's in form. His win at Emerald was good last start. I go back to that very good run at Mackay, 3 back behind Acrophobic, and he was solid behind Sunny Coast too. So I thought he was a real knockout chance here, and there's a little nibbles of money for him. So 3 Real Key on top for me over the 7 Papacito. He's always shown good ability, this horse. He's won the 5 from 11. He's had 3 runs back, 2 very good wins, and then a disappointing performance. We'll get some information from Clint Taylor on that shortly. The one Let Me Let Go, well, he likes to roll on speed, 63 kilos. He's up there where it hurts, but he's won 11, so he's no slouch. And the 5 Diddley Squat, just a little query that last 100 for me is the problem there for Diddley Squat, but he did.
Right, this is the 6th one. It's a class 1 1600 meter here at Scone. If you look through the odds, it's 5, 13, 11 and 12. If you look through rails, then we get the 5 on top here. It's a colt with a dedicated jockey on this. There's a colt with a dedicated jockey on this. So they are also kind of one of the best hands. There's something like that. 1600 meter. It's usually a BB. This is the highest torque. This is the highest BB. Shouldn't be a problem for 5 to win this. But then again, it's a colt. If we'll see if that gets tailed or not. The other possibility, this one is the 11. We've got these 3 within the rails, 5, 11, 12 within the rails. There's a thing going on 13 as well. So that's that. That's the largest drift, 15 with an EW jock, but we've got a very good jock on this one, so that 1 is a check. That 1 is a check, but they're also very bad with management. These guys are it's a linear, it's a 302, so it's one of the best class horses. It's good. 302 is good.
Every spot's been easy, 270 out to 370. To let go. $5 to 440. It's been a firm. Real key, half a point to the $8. So it's 26 in reserve. $19 for this split through as well. Papacito still favourite. In fact, back in a roll again. Our charges don't really impact yours for theirs $2.
Yeah, well, listening to Clinton Taylor, he's obviously got a fair opinion of Papacito, so he would like to see him put them to the sword, you would think, here. But it's a good race. I'm hoping for the knockout here with Real Key, but they're loading up well. Here's Darren Walker for the first leg of the quaddy. Race 4 at Thangool.
Once he moves in, we'll be ready to go for the running of race number 4 on this afternoon's program. The top 2 in the betting, trained by Clint Taylor from Rockhampton. Favourite is, as I said, Papacito over his stablemate Diddley Squat. The Sawa about to link up, drawn me inside gate here. All locked away over there at the 1300 metre point, ready to go. Waiting on that red light to come on. Real Key marking time. Or Valor on the outside of the field. Basawa a little edgy, drawn down low. Just waiting on Basawa over there at the moment. Light goes on, we're ready to go. Racing, he hesitated off the inside Basawa, but there's good speed out wide. Going forward is Papacito. He is ridden out of the gates with urgency, and he will find the lead as they run in the direction of the 1100 metres. It's Papacito going clear, leads a length in front. Diddley Squad is second. Let Me Let Go third, the inside, followed by Real Key. 2 lengths away to 4 Valor, and Basawa is at the tail of the field. The favourite takes control of the 800 metre point. It's Papacito, a length in front. Diddley Squat sits on his flank second, third the inside, Let Me Let Go. Then would have been Real Key, Basawa, and 4 Valor will have to come from the tail of the field. 550 metres before them, and Papacito, the pilot. Diddley Squat goes up his outside to put the pressure on. Let Me Let Go poised behind them from Real Key. Basawa pushed along and 4 Valor to the tail. The race is on in earnest as they run to the top of the straight. 2:20 to go. Papacito the leader. The outside Diddley Squat. Real Key comes with the run the outside. Papacito tackled by Real Key. Down the outside, he raced up and he put paid to them. Real Key draws away at the run of the wire, wins by 3. Second over the event, Papacito, then Diddley Squat. That'll be followed by Let Me Let Go, Basawa. Last runner to get home for Valor. Real Key. He settled just off that good speed, which was set by Papacito. He was ridden hard out of the gates to find the front Papacito. He was under siege at the top of the straight. And Real Key came to the outside, chimed in, and he has raced away to steer. Real Key, you'll find the winner after the running of race 4.
Well, there you go. That was pretty good in the end, wasn't it? Real Key. Just seemed to be travelling well in behind them. I think Papacito had to be honest here. He had his chance. Went straight on by. She's been very, very good horse. He's won 19 from 85, and he's evergreen, isn't he? 10-year-old. Just looking for marks. He's going to be raised tournament. Get a little bit of a steer not too long ago too. So hoping to put him up. And she's been a very good horse for Mark and a few others over the time. But he's in form. He makes it back to back, and he didn't let us down. We're all Olivera on board and just launched over the top to win and win well. So he's beaten the 7 Papacito. I thought he had every possible chance. And he wasn't burning to the no real excuses to speak of. The one Let Me Let Go. Today, Let Me Let Go. And actually, he's run 4th. I think the 5 in his squad has run 3rd. So Clint Taylor has run 2nd and 3rd. I've helped him out. We put the 5 on Real Key. And he's got some, I don't think he's overly fussed about that though. He would have preferred the win, but it was a good win in the end by Real Key. Oh, yes, Mark, he's doing the strapping duty, so I think we're all up for a chat, but well done to Mark Cochran. As I said, he had a bit of a health scare not too long ago, but that will really please him. And it was a good ride by Rawl. He just sat there, one out, one back, watched it all unfold and stayed in touch with Papacito, and that was the key to it, wasn't it? He just needed to be in touch, and Real Key did the rest. He knows how to win a race, this horse, Real Key, and he did that today. He's got a good record here at Fangool, and it was a lovely ride by Rawl Olivera, carrying the 59.5 kilos all the way. So I'll try and pick Rawl up on summers, hopefully, to get his sorts after that. He's a hard taller. Rawl is on the other way. There you go. It's normally the girls brushing me, not the boys, but today, there you go, Rawl's gone the other way. So numbers here, 3, 7, 5, and 1. All on as the winner. Real Key. Too good for them. Takes out the 4th back. Fangool. Jace, back to you in the studio.
Okay, thanks, Chargy. So some good value there for Real Key. I've got to go squats. You get the 3rd. 3, 7, 5, and 1. Back soon. Very good support here for Oakfield Mercury. It's gone a 270 today. Got 440, so to narrowly try to remain unbeaten there. But I think they're going to go. Capra last start. That's the hit. Up to the mile today from the video hour for 270. Stolen Summer. Probably has promised a lot. She's got a couple of runs at Gunnersdale. She's been affirmed as well, $5. And off the scale, Lou Mary's Philip with Nevada Weir race to race double. She's also had a very admirers at $6. Before we get out to the yard, let's go and have a look at the last start performance of Off the Scale. This was its effort at Gunnersdale, the red cap there, white run on the 20%.
Front on the outside was Oakfield Mercury, even wider Antelope Capra. Chilka's nowhere for it to go. Cool spaces in the middle. Miss Clamorosa on the outside, but Antelope Capra gets a neck in front. Oakfield Mercury coming again. Photo finish. Angelo Capra, Oakfield Mercury, followed third by Prominent Bolterway. Now Chilka's no luck in the straight. Miss Clamorosa offers down Jester's way. Also Crown Legend behind.
So Oakfield Mercury just missing and off the scale, not too far back after the wide run there. the sixth position as they hit the line. 270 Oakfield Mercury and off the scale, sixth in the first Golden Summer and 5. Here on the moment, the end. Here's Gav and Belinda to take us through the minute.
Thank you, Jace. So Oakfield Mercury, as you say, well backed here. This Class 1 maiden played over the mile, and we start with Bolt Away Now, TAB number 1. St. Bill on board for Zach Hatch.
Coming off the last start, placing alongside our well-supported galloper in Oakfield Mercury is a nice enough type. I thought first and second up were probably a little below par from what we've grown to expect from him, but last start was a step in the right direction. He's parading equally as well, if not better. Just wary that the track was playing in his favour that day, so that's something to keep in mind.
Okay, we go to Benche, number 3. Sterling Olsen combining here with Luke Rolls.
He couldn't have kicked off his preparation for the new stable in any better fashion. He led and defied them there at Inverell, pulling away to win by around 2 lengths. He comes up with an awkward gate and probably meets stronger company. I'd say definitely meets stronger company, but can't fault the way he parades.
4 out, we move to the well-backed Oakfield Mercury, number 5, for Chris Lees and Aaron Bullock.
He was yet to disappoint, and I thought he was good to win on debut. Admittedly in a moderate maiden, but really improved out of sight to run a placing in probably a fair bit stronger grade race there last start in Class 1 company on Gunnedah Cup Day. He had excuses too. He bumped the rail at the top of the straight and it saw him get a little bit unbalanced, but I love what he done late in the piece. He's drawn to get every chance here this afternoon with Bullock on board, and he's going to take a bit of beating.
Number 6 then is Spencer Lott, for Scott Singleton and Jenny Duggan.
He's a little bit of a head scratcher because when he's good, he's proven to be very good. We saw that 3 back when he broke the maiden here ahead of Colonel Light. He's since had 2 more runs where he's really been falling out the gates and been leaving himself too much to do, but we're back at the home track today. I wouldn't be surprised to see him improve considerably.
Visualise is the last start winner. We move to the 7 with Jacob Perrott and Shea Wilkes.
Yeah, immediately that was at Glen Innes it was a full tag company race, but it was only ahead of Liberty, who has had her fair share of chances to break the maiden. Can't fault the parade. He's up on his toes, looks well within himself. He gets in here 3 kilos better off with the claim for Shea Wilkes, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him run some kind of race.
Number 9 then is Tianzi. First up, Nathan Doyle combining with Anna Roper.
She's a tidy little girl for the Nathan Doyle stable. She's formerly trained overseas. She's first up for the new stable. She's had a couple of trials, admittedly well beaten in them, but they've been in pretty good company, and I like the kick-off point over the mile. Look for her doing her best work through the line.
Tony's put the blinkers on first start of the races. Fantastic Beast is number 10 for Mello Gorman and Billy Craig.
Nice step in the right direction last start. That was at the home track over the mile in maiden company, where he made up good ground to finish within 2.5 lengths of Southerly Buster. He meets Class 1 maiden company, so a few horses that have won races here this afternoon, but should appreciate the long running.
Number 11 off the scale is the Baloo Marion, Michaela Weir.
Yeah, she's been a bit of a head scratcher. She finished within a length and a half of Antillo, Kappa and Oakfield Mercury last start, but she never looked comfortable in amongst gallopers, so hoping from the awkward draw here this afternoon, there's enough tempo to see her take the drop off and have the last crack down the outside. I'm convinced that the ability is there. It's just when the penny's going to drop.
JVO rides Geronimo here for Annabelle and Rob Archibald, the 12.
To 3 runs back where he's placed on all 3 occasions, but this last start has me thinking that he may be a little bit of a thing, where I thought he had his chance there behind Southerly Buster and never really executed fully. He's run some good races in stronger races, and this is a lovely type. He gets back to the home track, can't fault the parade, but I need to see him put his best foot forward.
Stolen Summer has start number 3, number 13 for Paul Massara, Leah Gabrinich and Robbie Downey.
Positive parade from her. She was very hot on debut at Gunnedah there, but she paraded nicely last start at Gunnedah, and then she's paraded nicely once again at the home track here this afternoon. She's always a small question mark at their home track. She's a nice type. She's always gave the impression she'd be looking for this kind of trip. I'm expecting her to finish within places.
And the last one to look at, Golden Passport, Sipper Holly Williams and Grant Buckley.
Well, his last win was a fair while ago, around 2 years ago now, but he hasn't put himself in stronger races than this. So he's been looking for this kind of trip. He's just yet to put his best foot forward this preparation.
So look at the runners ahead of the 6th event on the program. So Oakfield Mercury has been well backed. $2.70. 13 is the second elect, and that is Stolen Summer at $5 $6.50. about off the scale. Interesting run of this former Kiwi. They bet $19 about Tianzi, who was first up with the blinkers over the mile. Nathan Ball from their Jerry Harvey's colours. Nathan's out there now with Belinda.
She's a former Kiwi galloper. She kicks off first up at your stable over the mile. You've given her 2 trials. What do you made of them?
They've been okay. She's sort of been run off the feet, so especially the first trial over 1,000 metres, just a bit on the second trial. She's a little bit better, but I think if we started over a trip, surely she did get run off the feet, so she's quite forward fitness-wise. I look at the replays in New Zealand, it looks like she can win a couple of races over here, so just a down a bit positive out over the first up.
And you've thrown the blinkers on to keep it sharp?
Yeah, I think she needs them. Like I said, the second trial is better than the blinkers, but we'll know a lot more about it after today.
And what about this horse in the last, Dubai Gold? I sighted him on track when he broke his maiden. He's beautiful type, but he just seems to be doing it all on raw ability.
Lovely horse. I've got a lot of time for him. She's only come to the 10 we're made. She's still quite pretty lowly rated. Sort of probably went a provincial race with him, but I'll just take him through his grades here. But his trials have been super. He shows a lot at home. He's fast out of the gate. He's league dictate. I'm disappointed if he's not come close to
How'd you happen to get him?
I used to be with Stephen Jones, then he sort of come to us, and there's still got a little bit in him. So he's done everything right at home. I think the horse can race through the grades quite quickly, and hopefully this is a nice starting point.
Do you agree it's probably a positive that he was formerly trained here?
He's a little bit hot out the back there. He knows he's probably at home, but good walk if you're right. He'll settle down, and he's very well within himself.
Great day on the weekend. Good luck again, Nick.
Thank you.
Nathan Doyle, yeah. First Saturdays. 290. Favourite Oakfield Mercury. $5 second elect. That's the Arrowfield Galloper. That is Stolen Summer. Then Geronimo, Paranavella Rocks. Placed all 3 runs this preparation. The other one in single figures is the leg being turned off the scale. That's run before this preparation. Just over 2 out. In race number 6. Lake Mail.
Yeah, well, with the scratchings, it become a very open race, and I just saw it as an opportunity to go looking for a little bit of value, and it felt inclined to give off the scale another chance. She comes out of the same race as our favourite Mercury, and you could offer a genuine excuse. I've watched a fair bit of her racing. When she broke the race, she positive outside the leader and was allowed a whole lot of clear air, but last start she was just a little bit disappointed. She never got comfortable in amongst gallopers, but once she popped a bit of room, the best piece of her work was late. She finished around 1.3 lengths behind the winner. So back at the home track, hoping to be afforded a bit of room here this afternoon. Dickens is going around over the odds. They're very wary of Mercury, who has all the upside and been doing a great job with Broken Maiden on debut. Back that up with a solid performance where you could argue you can probably deserve to win there at Gunnedah against at the top of the straight, got a little unbalanced. Top weight Bolton now is promised to have a little bit of ability. Certainly a class 1 maiden race as well with his scope and a positive sign there last start. He needed a bit of luck from the gate today though. It's Stolen Summer. She's a home track galloper, the very good stable of Paul Sarah and Leah Gavrovich. She's always given the impression that she's this kind of trick that continues to grade better and better. She's step out 11-5, 1-13.
First leg of the quaddies, the previous, was taken out to all of the way victory. The Calico Miss from the second race.
So she's also talking about that one. The one is there. The one is one of the best jocks. It's got the problem with the physics here, but this one is a colt. I don't know if that colt is going to deliver. But anyways, I'll go with that because it's a 302. There's no doubt it's a class. It's a class horse. There's no doubt about that.
As much as $19, market's open. Now at 9, number 6 best of the others, and that is Spencer Lot, Johnny Duggan riding for Scott Singleton. $10. So that will come up, pack they up, and then come rather quickly. Just 3 or 4 left alone. In terms of the
I usually don't go with the colts, but this one has a dedicated jockey. It's a good one. It's not a bad idea. Let's see.
Now last start at Gunnedah, so I'm expecting to play the same again. Bolt away now and get good speed from the wide gate, and we're more than happy to find us back.
Okay, let's head upstairs with only 2 left to load. It's the rider, number 10, jumps out the saddle. That's Billy Craig. It's mounting from Fantastic Beast, who is being led up as we speak. I'm really right with 1 to load. Let's go to Phil.
Last. And the starter about to pick up the buck and dispatch them in for the 6th event. The starter has them. Race 6 Scone. We're over the mile. Away. And
12 win place. Lee, welcome back, Lee.
Bolt away now. Again, nicely visualises now spearing through the pack, and visualise will take up to running up the first 150 metres. Vents out 3 wide, and Oakfield Mercury now settles 4th back on the inside of Golden Passport. They're followed by the Grey Tianzi, and it's on the inside of Stolen Summer. A couple away Pieronimo, fantastic beast. Off the scale, and spends a lot, goes back to the tail. So they head towards the 1,100 metres, and Vents now takes over and strode away, led by the best part of 2 lengths over Bolt away now. Visualise 3rd back on the inside, and then Golden Passport, Oakfield Mercury 5th and on the inside. Then came Stolen Summer. Tienzi was next on the inner from Pieronimo.
That Jock on 1 is very good.
Fantastic beast off the scale.
I mean, he's the best.
They run down the side towards the 700 metres. Vents on top. Bolt away now sits in 2nd spot, only a neck away from this leader now. Back on the inside then was Visualised from Golden Passport. Oakfield Mercury trying to work off the inside underneath Stolen Summer. And then came Tianzi Pieronimo, Spends a Lot, coming up to the home bend. And the leader is Vents. It's Vents leading over Bolt away now. Visualised trying to work off the inside. Oakfield Mercury, Pieronimo were next. A Golden Passport wider. And then Spends a Lot. Stolen Summer coming down the outside. Oakfield Mercury ran to the lead. 200 metres out. Visualised battles away. Pieronimo off the scale. Spends a Lot. Stolen Summer out wider. It's Oakfield Mercury just in front. As they get close to the line, punched out. Oakfield Mercury clings on it.
5'11".
Off the scale. Photo to Visualise for... on its outside was Pieronimo, and then Stolen Summer, Spends a Lot. Tianzi, fantastic beast. Further back then came Vents from Bolt away now and Golden Passport last in.
So Oakfield Mercury, the money was right up to the mile today, sat behind the speed, and it was a good battle.
Lee, you got the 12, I think.
Came at him, and that was off the scale. But he was up for the challenge well and truly, having a great first preparation. So Chris Lees and Aaron Bullock combined with the winner. Off the scale will run 2nd. 3rd will be Visualised, hard up against the inside. And Pieronimo will get 4th by the look of that. Wasn't much in it. It was going to hold on clearly, I thought, Oakfield Mercury. The outside horse did put in a lunge right where it counts, but will just miss.
Yeah, just not quite good enough, but I thought there was too much between them in the market, and there certainly wasn't here on race day, but all the honours with the 5 Oakfield Mercury. Hard to knock how he's going this preparation. He's a lovely little horse. That's 2 wins and a narrow defeat in his other run, so he's going great guns into preparation.
I don't know why people did not believe that horse. I had doubts because it was a court, but it's a class. It's a good one. The 11 had the league race experience, that's all.
On his mate to Gunnedah, he went back to Gunnedah on Cup Day in Class 1. We were in 2nd by Antilla Capwood. That was a pretty hot country Class 1. Beaten Eyelash today, up at the mile, no problems whatsoever. The colt might see, you'd think. But it cost Delago there. Bruce McKenzie's colours. And there he is returning to scale after winning race.
We'll go to the next 7. 3, 4, 6, 13 and 15. All scratched.
Chris Lees today.
5, 2, 1 and 11.
Wins. What a great first prep. He's having a winner and a second winner and Spectre and Eyelash.
Yeah, no, he's going good. I mean, I'll do that next time.
Lovely horse.
Yeah, no, Aaron giving him a beautiful ride. Bruce to get another beat.
Nice getting a winner, Bruce. Ready, mate. And Aaron's about to catch up with the leader who's over there now.
Well, he's endearing, isn't he? He just wants to try for you.
He does. He's a lovely horse, and if he wasn't so raw for me, he should be 3 for 3. But
Lee, I think you got the 12. I think you
got
got it.
It's cost him for the win, so look, it was good to bounce back today and get the win. But yeah, I've been screaming out for him to get to the mile. And
5, 11, 7 and 12.
For me and really let me straight. But he's still improving, he's still learning, and this is his first preparation. So he's a nice horse going forward.
He's the winner over the 14.
So what happened is this, that the 5 was there that 11 had one league race. It did give a very strong competition, but the 5 was better. The 12 was also there within the rails. It had the physics and everything, but the problem was probably the jockey. Wherein, if we look at 7, it has one of the best jocks. I mean, the jockey handicapping is best here. I don't know whether he's the best or not, but these two, I had doubts. Both of them are EWs. The drifts, here, if we look at the drift was little dicey because this one was with an EW jockey. This is when the drifts don't work. So the EW jockeys with drifts are not good. So this is where the game is. So we're just trying to figure this thing out. Once we have a good understanding of this, it will be much better than what we're doing right now. So this is the 7th one here. If we look through the odds, It's 5 to 1 and 11. That 5 is the favorite. That's the only linear that we have on a 1700 meter. It's a 4-year-old mare. They're bleeding very, very badly. They're bleeding. They do have a jockey which has been highly handicapped, but somehow this doesn't give the right feel. The two is good. This one is an EW jockey. This is not probably, but if we look through how the jockey is handicapped, then it is here. So this is a good one. The 2 is a good one, but that's again a drift. There is a possibility there's something else will get in, especially with these 2 jocks being there. So 12 and 14, which are there with a drift out there. So there's a possibility that things might go absolutely wrong. The 5 is the only linear. Honestly speaking, it's not a bad horse. It's okay. It has 8 races. It has been doing good. All that is good, but the arrangement is a little weird on this horse. But it has this side of the rails, which is the physics side, but this side is kind of missing. I have to actually drag it down. All of them are the same. So 360, all have to will have to drag it down. It will not make sense. So it has the physics side of it, but it lacks the rail side. So that's when it comes down here. So that's okay, but I wouldn't have gone with it anyway, because that's how things are. This is a hope, maybe, but it is exposed so badly that any of these jocks can just knock it out. So I'm out. Won't get into it. Out.
They use the speed of the blue. And I'd like to see Fandy Horse win the next one. So imagine that. If it goes all the way there. It'd be good. Wouldn't it be good for Fandy playing the win?
My word, loves it here. And one of the best stories I've done is when Jamie Lee Devine rode a first winner for Dad, Jason Devine, here at a Fangirl meeting.
I've got another thing to see here now. I can see where I can do. My first ride in Gladstone the other day, she rode a winner. 2 wins, yeah, 2 wins for the day. Isn't that good, eh? A little apprentice Fangirl win their first ride.
My word, and just quickly, give yourself a rap, because you do a lot of work here too. That track, you're out there probably every day cutting the grass with a pair of shears.
Nah, I do a little bit of work. I'm a whippersnapper man. We've got a couple of blokes that like sitting on the boat, and I'm a whippersnapper man, mate. Any whippersnapping around here, we do.
You're a machine, Paddy Brennan. Well done to all the Fangirl Club. It's great to be back here.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Thanks for coming down. Thanks for watching.
Thanks, mate. There he is, Paddy Brennan. He's a gentleman and a scholar. It's all good fun. We give each other plenty. But Jace, this is short denture turno.
Yeah. Charging to $1.70 now. That's a price for a bit. In fact, that's 165. I've got 180. City Playboy 440's got a half a point. Elva Singara's right on the drift, 480 750. Specking Corella Shaw's 19 to 14. Only one charging. Horse one. Genjitano, well into the tomatoes.
Yeah, gee, it's well known, isn't it? It's written by a philosopher. Fangirl was the only reservation I spoke to him before race 4, but he had no luck in race 4. I think he's here for a bit more luck, race 5. Like that, well, just one there, causing a little bit of a ruckus over the back there. They might be just adjusting the saddle on someone down the bottom. So Ganjatano goes up in the line. He's $1.70 fixed. Here's Darren Walker for race 5 at Bengal.
They're resaddling Corella Shores over there. Reluctant on linking up over there. The short price select Ganjatano. As I said, at $1.80 now, Ganjatano. And he's the runner we await. He now moves forward in the line. Ganjatano. Elva Senorita, his stablemate, is about to go forward. Very consistent, Elva Senorita. She's never far away from them. Red Wine goes forward. That will leave us with 2. Man in the Mirror and Corella Shores. They'll be the last couple of runners to link up. Just Bingo drawn out inside gate here. Imagine that is in. Corella Shores about to link up. Man in the Mirror has moved in on the outside of the field. Beautiful starting point over there at the 1400 metres. Just awaiting on Corella Shores to come forward. Our next race meeting here at Bangul is on the Saturday the 12th of July. St Joey's race day. Corella Shores now moves in. Jockey climbs into the saddle. We're just about ready to go. Just Bingo the inside. Our favourite Ganjatano drawn centre field. Imagine that bobbing the head. Per capita is ready with City Playboy. Set. Ready. Light blinking away on top of the gates. Just Bingo marking time. Racing. Just Bingo bounced cleanly with Imagine That, who is going forward in search of the premier position. City Playboy around the outside is going forward. The favourite Ganjatano is 3 deep. Red Wine goes forward and he's 4 deep. Back in behind them, Corella Shores, Elva Senorita, per capita to the tail of the field. It's very keen to the first corner and pressing on out wider on the track. Red Wine, a narrow leader from City Playboy. Third, the inside, Imagine That. Ganjatano slots in to be 4th. They're followed by Man on a Mission. Back on the inside of those, Just Bingo, Corella Shores, Elva Senorita, and per capita a length and a half away at the tail of the field. Red Wine is the leader, but he has done some work. City Playboy is there in the centre, pushed along. Imagine That not far away, and Ganjatano is about to be centre line, and he's going to have to come deep from Man in the Mirror. Drifting back, Elva Senorita, Corella Shores, back there with Just Bingo and per capita. They run in the direction of the corner. Imagine That has dashed through. Imagine That opened up at the 150. Broke away. She's 4 in front. Trying hard. Elva Senorita. There's no Ganjatano. But Imagine That. She is killing them in the run to the wire. Imagine That goes on and scores by 4. Elva Senorita second, then Corella Shores. They're followed by Just Bingo, per capita. Ganjatano towards the tail of the field, City Playboy, Man on a Mission, Red Wine, one of the last runners to get home. She races exceptionally well here, Imagine That. And she has put paid to them and won well. Imagine That. Trained locally here by Jason Devine, ridden by his daughter Jamie Lee. She bounced cleanly out of the gates, was able to find the fence. There was plenty of pressure on in the early stages, but approaching the corner, she just went straight through on the inside, hit the front, and that was virtually the end of the section.
Well, Jason, I've got this incredible sense of deja vu. I remember Jamie Lee's first ride. It was this spare, similar meeting, did the same thing. Here she is again.
Yeah, special. Loves it. Jamie Lee deserves everything. She does the work. Got it the first year. Last started with a terrible run, but she tried. She should have won the barn. Brought it back here for a favourite ride. For the favourite job.
Grows a leg here, this week, doesn't she?
Yeah, she does.
Well, they've just got that affiliation. She knows how to ride it. You've got to pinch the margin, but we're never getting near it today.
No,
this is the first 1400 metres. It's the building blocks of now, but her mother raced in the first race. So
I spoke to Paddy Brennan pre-race. He said, wouldn't it be great if Jason Devine's horse won this race with Jamie Lee, local horse, upset the challengers? Look what happens.
yeah, it's pretty special. I just like the thing. Stephen Van Eyck in Sydney, his beautiful wife, they gave it to us. She's won more races now, so yeah.
I'll go. He's just claimed this, Paddy Brennan. Said he's got a 100% record. I'll tell you what, he's tipped better than me because he's declared it. Well, Jason's off. Paddy Brennan's off. I've missed Jamie Lee, unfortunately. But yeah, what a story. Well done. Imagine that. Too good for them. She loves it here. 7 Eleva Senorita. The effort was good. Closed off well to run second. The 9 Corella Shores. A much better run today. Has run third. And the 5 Just Bingo for Daryl Gardner has run 4. Gangitano, he looked in trouble a long way out, didn't he? He seemed to be really struggling to get around Thanguli. He just had an awkward run in transit. I wouldn't drop off him. I'd just put that down to forgive. We have a look again next time. But all honest, the winner. Imagine that. The Divine family on the home track at Thangul. Far too good. 4795 the numbers. Jace, back to you in the studio.
Yeah, great story, isn't it, for the Divines, Jason and Jamie Lee? Imagine that, the two's on top there, with $153. The 6-year-old mare. Eleva Senorita, Corella Shores, the favourite, disappointing. 4795 at Thangul. Back soon on 6. Well, it's up at Scone, only about 10 minutes away. Benchmark 58 over 1700 metres. Shutter very well back here. 250 into 195 today. And continues to firm up. Johnny Miswift 460. It's also been a little firm. Point out at 850. Croatian Mirab at 850. And Canal Warrior and the Eagles just best of the rest. But Shutter is a lightly raced 4-year-old mare. State starts, a couple of victories, both of those. Just prayerfully minor placings since the first of those 2 wins in the preparation. And the run last start, as Gary Harley highlighted yesterday, was excellent. Coming down the outside, and the blue cap coming from miles back to run third, Musselbrook on the first of June.
Smoke on the water, and wider was Shutter.
They're getting to this leader. Red Rags to Bulls goes up to Supreme Command. They've beaten off for the moment Pins and Needles, and they're clear over Ship Shape and Shutter running on. But Red Rags to Bulls comes away late, and Red Rags to Bulls wins over Supreme Command. Shutter got third. Fourth in was Pins and Needles, then Great Point, Ship Shape, Smoke on the Water, Spends a Lot. Further back was Corpsman in company with...
Well, it drops back from the Corinda win on the 12th of May to the 1450 there at Musselbrook. It now steps up to 1700 metres, which looks absolutely ideal, and punters have responded accordingly, Gav, even further in the red now, Shutter.
Yeah, 2:30 this morning when we did the preview. Now $1.85 dominant favourite. You're right there, Jace. Johnny B. Switch just saying 460.8, 850 Croatian Madame or Madam, whatever your fans hit 9. Not Warrior at $16. Less to the others. Benchmark 58 over the 1700 metres. Sterling Osland is looking for a winning double. He saddles up point out in the upcomer. Belinda and the rider is Ash Morgan.
Yeah, I like the win first up at Corinda, where he just put out a big sight for the wall. His last couple left me scratching my head though. Slow away there, slowing thereafter, and then last start at Moree. He was under pressure a long way from home. He's only lightly framed, this big bloke. Speaking to Sterling earlier, he was under the impression that he may just need a bit of racing room, and I'm sure they'll keep that in mind with this afternoon.
Number 2 in the market, Johnny B. Swift, Aaron Bullock riding with the Green Hickman.
Oh, he was a touch disappointing last start. That was over 2,300 at Musselbrook, where there was a tearaway leader. You could offer him minor excuses, but all in all, I think he may possibly have not seen out the 2,300 metre trip. It's a steep step back in trip here this afternoon to the 1,700, but you'll appreciate the soft fix conditions. Aaron knows it well. I look for him doing his best work on the concluding stage.
Let's go to this consistent, heavily backed favourite, Shutter. Number 5, Lou Mary and JBO.
And keeping a keen eye on her in the yard, she is up on her toes, been having a bit of a game of things. That has been the story with her early on in her career. She does have a few quirks. That's her physically in the yard. She's never going to be a big, robust mare, but I love the way she's going this preparation. She won 2 and placed 2 her last 3 runs. She may not have stuck around, stepping back in trip to the 14th last start. Providing she holds it together 3 races, it's very hard to miss.
6 is out. This is Domenico is the 7 for Robert Knight and Millie Thompson.
Yeah, she's probably been a little below par. She's only had the 1 win from the 18 starts that he has. That was at Armidale back on the 22nd of September. He's had a few runs back this prep. We're yet to see the best of him. He's doing very awkwardly here this afternoon, which certainly is marvellous.
Number 8 then is Eagles Cliff for Troy O'Neill and Serge Lissy.
Another type, and you would take luck out of the equation early on him. I thought the win was good 3 back. That was at Armidale. He's ran fair there with the next start. That was behind Shutter, and then last start was a touch better where he was ridden more aggressively. He's drawn awkwardly, but he pulled himself in the first couple, and if he sticks on that last start, he'll be patient.
On to the 9, our Warrior for Jeremy Sylvester and Jenny Duggan.
Yeah, probably the last start now for the Tab 2 company was the best that we've seen of him. His preparation, he's had a few runs further now. Jeremy Sylvester coming to see how those form lines hold up here this afternoon. Can't hold him.
Bella sent on to the 10 we go, Joe Burgess and Sienna Grimer.
Another win out of turn from the touch playing her type battle being 6 and 9 last start behind Typhoon Labs. Considerably trouble.
Croatian Madame number 11, Jeremy Gass, Grant Buckley.
Another win out of turn, but definite place chance. And supposedly the track going from a 7 to a 6. I possibly would not see a 5 or 4 for her, but going to a first start run, to really be 29 of the length behind Shutter. That'll obviously agree.
And a roper has picked up the ride on not a bad one, number 12 for Tracy Bell.
Yeah, hard to offer too many excuses last start. That was in Class 2 company there in Burrell. I like the way that he's been going in his preparation, but he needed to touch him like the old before.
And finally, Master Fontana for muscle trainer Terry Wicks and Michaela Weir.
Another one coming from that Typhoon Lad race and Tab 2 company there at 10 with the beating around 8 lengths. He's trying to get the favours to no great on his back. His winning record certainly isn't as well.
So the Divine Prophet mare, Shutter, all the rage here. She's had 8 starts for 2 wins, 3 placings. She won at Quirindi 2 back. 5 back, she won at Gunnedah. In between, she's placed at Armidale, Mudgee and Musselbrook behind Red Rags to Bulls. That was one of Jeremy Gass over the 1450 last start. So she was a mile back to the 1450 that day. She goes back up to the 1700, and she's the $1.85 favourite. Second elect is Johnny B. Swift up from Sydney for Greg Hickman. And this gelding's having his 18th go. He's at 480. And point out, Corindai winner 3 back occupies that third line of betting at $8. Best of the others, Croatian Madame, who was $9.50 earlier, is now out to 11. So thanks a look at them. Belinda will come in for the late mail as riders are about to head out around to the gates.
Yeah, I'm going to try and link up with Blue Mary, but he's certainly got his hands full at the moment with the shutter. So I'll run you through my late mail. I'm 5 through 1 and 11. Keen on the keeps of the shutter. I will concede that the mounting isn't exactly ideal. She's up on top of her toes, but that's very much her mannerism. She has that tendency to get up on her toe and be a bit cheeky, but she's out and she's off on the track now. And providing she runs up to the last start, I think she looks very hard to beat here. Johnny B. Swift is your hard customer who should put himself in the first pass starts, and Aaron knows him inside and out. He's rock hard fit, and would love to get his toe in around the top weight, pointing out he needs to improve. I think first up to this, but he's certainly capable of doing so. And the 11 Croatian Madame, she only has to run to her first up run, just a little bit wary of her on the soft track here this afternoon, but 5 to 1 and 11. I've gone and ranked the Mary. I'll get you to walk with me, Lou. She's been going great guns this preparation. What do you make of the last start effort there at Musgrave?
Yeah, it was a really good effort. She came over a wide barrier and had to come back, and his second last round turn, and they made a big sustained run, probably 600 all the way to the post. It was a very good effort.
Back in trip from the mile to the 1450 about occasion.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we
Always a little question mark. You've touched on in the past that she can be a bit quirky. Obviously, at the home track here this afternoon, it's not ideal, but although she was up on her toes, she didn't go over the top.
No, that's pretty much with that. She's standing once she's down the track, and she keeps on a very good rider. She really had to go well. She wasn't sweating up, she just very keen to get up there and get a jump on.
Stepping to the 1700 for the first time. She has been getting right back out of her ground. Over the 1700 from a nice gate, would you be apprehensive to see us a little closer?
I do, to be honest, that I don't think midfield. She's not always that wants to be really out of the comfort zone. So I took a chance with dragging her right back as a pattern of the day, but just to keep her in a good comfort zone and getting us back from the 600 because it's no deal.
Overall, happy with how she's gone?
Yeah, really good. She's very consistent all the way through on her home track, long strikes. If she holds her form, she'll be right at the finish.
I thought you were unlucky to go down in the previous with off the scale. That's a shade of what she's capable of.
Yeah, she's a really nice filly. I know they had a connection of getting pretty frustrated with her. She was very good at on the board, but it's very hard to the rest of them enjoying 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 at the start. So it's a good chance to go to Bookmark in a couple of weeks. There's a class 1 taking on with her up there. Great effort, the field's fantastic, and many wins coming. Cheers.
There he is, so Lou Mary, speaking of shutter, so now in a touch further to $1.80 after being $2.30 this morning. But a couple of good goes here today, and this is certainly one of those. Johnny B. Swift, the Greg Hickman, who we saw walk through that shot on your Hickman, $4.60 out to $5. Bought out, but kept safe enough. Had a jump out the double figure brigade, headed up by not a bad one, who was at $12, $15 about Croatian Madame. They assemble at the gates. So that's a look at them there in terms of the speed. So, hello.
Yeah.
Enjoying a kick. The boys have gone for a kick.
Yeah.
Well, they've got plenty of lush grass. Yeah, I reckon they'll be hurried off. If we're at Gosford, you'd have Big Steve Scholar trundling down the track, trying to shoo them off. In fact, we go there on Thursday at Gosford. They have more issues than Pelicans there at Gosford than they do Rouge.
Gary Harley was good, you reckon, to go to
Well, his voice would carry them. He wouldn't trundle out after them on the track, but if he bellowed from over here, Skippy and his mates would be off and gone. Probably to another planet, I would imagine.
Yeah.
So $1.80 here about the 5 shut. I was just saying there's been a couple of good goes here this afternoon.
There has. I think that the only thing that gets to beat here this afternoon, if she's happened to turn up the way she has been, is the speed. But I was probably reaffirmed by hearing Luminary say that they're happy enough to hold her on the nice gates, stepping up in trip because the past couple she's been getting well out of her ground. Speed-wise, I didn't find much in this, so that's the only little concern. Maybe
Scone. Ascot, this is Scone. This is Scone, Ascot. Welcome back. We are racing Scone only. But I'm out of this one.
Give us away, fellas. Don't worry about that. Get rid of the ruse. Never mind waving to the people that are watching at home. Get rid of the ruse, boys. That's exactly right. Ben Walker was something.
Yeah, was it Musk? Oh, somewhere out west with Michaela Weir. I know, very lucky.
Oh, it's Lauren. Yeah, no, the three out, they're defying them. So they're the 1,100 metres mark at the back of the chute there. And the start's all the way over at the 1,700. Don't tell me to make those boys trudge a kilometre or so, or 600 metres down to the
Where's Gary Harley when you need him?
Gary would be arguing that the kangaroos are on the coat of arms. Harley would be arguing he indeed should be on the coat of arms on the corners. So yeah, we'll be racing tomorrow on the Kensington track. Thursday we go to Gosford, Musselwell, and then Saturday Newcastle to complement the track road program. Also racing stack of meetings up this way, and they have been the past 4 days. There's plenty more to come.
And one other thing to touch on as well, Ashley
So it looks like they're moving in well here, and with only one out, I think they're going to go very shortly. In fact, it's 2 to low. It's going to be certainly the Connie at 1,700. Let's head upstairs this week.
Got 2 out of line. No sign of the starter at this point. $1.90 now is Shutter. John Van Overmeer riding to Lou Mary. Dominant favourite. There's 3 runners in the market here. $5 for Johnny B. Swift. And point out at $5.50. Johnny B. Swift now into $4.80. We've still got these 2 runners out of line. Not a bad one. And Dippy Domenico.
Nothing, Ascot. This thing can go very wrong from every direction. I stayed out, and I made a lot of changes, so I'm kind of will take the feedback on this and probably improvise.
Now Shutter starting to muster along the inside, and as they are about to link up with the course proper, and Shutter pushing up on the inside and getting into a narrow lead. So Shutter is being taken on by Eagles Cliff. Johnny B. Swift goes into 3rd spot, then Croatian Madame, followed by our Warrior. Point out making ground out deeper on the track. Followed by Master
It's a 1,700 meter. That 5 is the only linear which is handicapped. The rest everybody is running free. So
back on the inner, followed by Point Out, who's 3 deep. Around our Warrior and Croatian Madame back on the inside. Further back then came Master Fontana. It's back in the second half of the field. Back with it is not a bad one. And back on the inside, Dippy Domenico is last of the bunch. So they head down the side of the track inside the 800 metres. And it is Eagles split the lead narrowly over Johnny B. Swift. 3rd spot, the outside Point Out. Looks to have slotted in now. Shutters back on the inner. They'll follow next by Croatian Madame, and not a bad one. Our Warrior is taking off around them, starting to make some ground, followed by Dippy Domenico. Well back Bella Santa, Master Fontana on the inside is last. Around the bend,
it is literally struggling.
now pouring on the pressure. At the top of the straight, Johnny B. Swift goes to the lead, trying to push out as the favourite Shutter, getting into clear air now, and then Point Out, not a bad one. Johnny B. Swift, the leader. Shutter is coming after it strongly, and not a bad one is joining in out wider on the track. Johnny B. Swift grabbed by Shutter inside the last 100. Not a bad one is finishing off out wider, but Shutter in front close to the line, and the favourite's going to be too good. Shutter gets in second.
5.
Not a bad
Got
one.
through.
The photo with Johnny B. Swift, then Bellicent
Aaron Bullock.
Warrior. Further back then came Point Out, Croatian Madame. Well back was Dippia Dominica, followed by
5 to 12, I think.
Eagles Cliff and Master Fontana.
Well, the money was right with Shutter. What a tremendously consistent preparation this girl is having, and it was just a matter of them fanning and her able to extricate into the clearance, which she managed to do. And once she burst through, just for a fleeting moment, I thought, hello, not a bad one's going to make a real race of this on the outside. But the lightly raced to mare fast.
It's actually a good horse.
JBO Pilot's Herd victory for the local trainer Lou Marys.
5 to 12, 9. 5 to 12, 9. So this is what happened. The 5 was the favorite, which was the right favorite. It had the physics, but it lacked this side of the rails. Plus, it was bleeding so heavily that I did not get into it. So that happened. Then the 2 was the drift. We spoke about this, so they kind of good. And this is actually good. So 5, 2, that's the largest drift. 5 and then 2. And then it came to 12 because of this jock with an EW. The question was this one or this one. This one had the roof, but it did not do anything. Had 43 races. This one a little better one with that. And then came 9, which was here. This was because of this jockey, otherwise we have it through this, 5 2. Apart from the 12. 12 was jock. One, 3, 5, 10, 12, 13. All scratched. 7, 6, 11, 4. No clarity on this. So here is what's going on. This is the 8th one and the last one here. If we look at the odds, it's 7, 6, 11, and 4. If we look through the rails, we get these two horses, the 11 and the 2 within the rails. Now, this is a linear which is exposed. That's the only linear again which is exposed. This was the only linear here, and that was the only handicapped jock. Here it is the same situation, and it's got the physics, it's got everything to do this, but I just checked with this one. It looked like it's been on a vacation for a very long time. 35 weeks it has not raced, but that's with this one also. 25 weeks did not race. This is 17 weeks did not race. Not a great one to get into. There's a lot of volatility in this. It's very volatile. The 7 is the favorite. If we look at the 7 is called Dubai Gold, which is here. It's got it got scratched in 2 occasions and did win one of the races. That's like 17 weeks and got scratched in between. So And on top of that, it is here, neutral. It's got the physics. This side is there, but it lacks this side of the rails. So there's a problem that's there. Plus, it is with it's been set neutral. That's another problem. So that's there. The 4 is okay, tight. This one is a very curious one, the 14. The 14 is a very curious one. I don't know how that is going to work, because that's somehow it's there's no clear go. The 8 is through the rails. It's got this side of the rails, but it lacks the physics. This side is missing. So it's a hodgepodge. I don't know if the 7 is going to win. I hope people who are putting money on this, they win, because I am not going to get into this. There's no way I will get into this. It's like 35 weeks. I don't know what it'll do. This is like a lot of time in vacation. That's the jock. That's the handicap on the jock. That's, I mean, there are positive signs on 2. So it's not that there are no positive signs. There are positive signs. It's got the highest pressure. It's 1100 meter, doing all good. That's fabulous. But things can go horribly wrong. Things can go horribly wrong here. The best hand is this guy, the 8, which is on top. Okay. That's the best hand. It doesn't look like they've been losing races. They're kind of there. That's a 35/4, so they do have a lot of advantage from that gate. So 8 is definitely a check. 8 is gate number 12. This is 10. This is 11. So they all are checks. But I don't know. I will be out.
Goes back. What can I know? It's an 850. It's been on the 3,000. That's the rock, but I don't just brings 2 7. It's 21. Another roll of the dice. Roll of the reward, rather. Better than those. The 330 now. Placing coincide as favourites. Like equal favourites now, 330. So it's no chopping and changing. A little bit charging, but can't pick it any straight for one.
It's good support, isn't it? I expected it. I was surprised about the 420, to be honest. I think Stapo might have jumped straight on too, but looked in great order. Races on speed, that's what you want here. Good fresh record. I guess the only slight reservation's a good 3, because his record is probably a touch better on wetter tracks than firming tracks for sure, but look, he's just got those good form lines. So now, as I say that, the money comes back for coincide. So punters have no idea. I'm hoping you'll have some idea with the one better than booze, but $3 now coincide. Good strong late support. $3.40 the one better than booze, and in readiness, not friendless there at $4. As they load up well, here's Darren Walker for the 6th at Thangool.
Mark's time. Ready, racing, better than booze, beat them out clearly, landed a half length in front. Blériot goes to second. Rocco No third, the outside, followed then by In Readiness Mystic. Masali Rafa, Related Duty, and Coincide, one of the big guns in the betting, is last. Inside the 700 metre point, better than booze, the pilot put back on the bit, leads a length and a half clear. In Readiness is second. Third, Rocco No around the outside from Blériot. They're followed then by Mystique, back behind them, Related Duty, Masali Rafa, and Coincide will have to come from the tail of the field. They run in the direction of the corner, 400 to go. Better Than Booze, the leader, narrowly. In readiness, second the outside. Rocco No poised behind them. Starting to wind up. Blériot and Coincide from the back of the pack. Into the straight, In Readiness and Better Than Booze. Coincide coming with a run out wider. In Readiness just in front on the inside. Blériot dashed through, grabbed them and beat them. Blériot scored from In Readiness, Better Than Booze. Then Mystique, Coincide, Rocco No, Masali Rafa. Last runner to get home was Related Duty. Blériot getting right through on the inside there. Has dashed through inside the 100-metre point and has got the prize. Blériot in a busy finish there. In Readiness was there, Better Than Booze. Fighting it out, but Blériot, you'll find number 7 getting up on the inside to take out the major end of the prize here after the running of race number 6.
Well, Blériot, there you go, Malia Hill, Sarah Robbins, got that saloon passage on the inside. Better Than Booze, the head went up on the corner and just wanted to lug out a little bit. Lost the rhythm, lost the comfort, and just lost the position. Blériot just poked through, and it was a good win too, wasn't it? Blériot, too good for them. We'll stand by for numbers. In Readiness was there for Glenda Bell, Better Than Booze. As I said, just coming in the corner, I thought had enough in the tank, but just seemed to lose the compass and lose that rhythm, and in the end, that was it. But the winner, Blériot, well done to Malia Hill and Sarah Robbins on the back of an improved run at Dolby last start over 1,000 metres, and just absolute passage. 100 to 1 at Dolby last start, and ran a lot better. And went a lot better again today. Her medium of a good ride, a good win up the fence. 7 Blériot, too good for them. Numbers will be 7, 4, 1. So the 4 in Readiness has run second for Glenda Bell. I thought it was the main danger on the corner because it loomed large on the outside and looked to be the one that we had to worry about for Better Than Booze. But it's found one better than Booze. Battle on okay to run third, but as I said, just probably came under a bit of pressure there on the corner and looking for excuses, I guess. Realistically, it was in front, it deserved to probably hold on and win, but didn't. All honours the winner, Blériot, too good. There's photos before, so they haven't semi-ported number for 4th yet, but well done to Sarah Robbins. Just smooth passage, and Blériot did the rest, so good win, wasn't it? Well done to the team, Malia Hill. Win number 4 from start number 37, there by Divine Prophet. It was a really good effort, so well done to them too. So she's gone the other way, but they're all avoiding me today. I would too. Anyway. Well, the best bet's been rolled, but Jace, I guess they say that's racing. We've still got one to go. We've got to find the last winner. Back to you.
That's right. So we left to fight another day, Chargy. That's the way you've got to respond. Don't have to get a beat. There's still one more chance today to get a victory. It's rare as that was. They're up at $11, not favoured in the betting, but sneaking up on the fence just for decisive 57 for want to come there at the also want to come at Scone. But before we get back to Scone, track work this morning at Eagle Farm. Of course, the Hayes boys have got a couple of key chances in this February coming up on Saturday. I want to got chances along the way as well. And Michael Maxworthy put up with Ben Hayes to discuss same earlier today.
Well, Ben, you're lucky to have 2 horses in the Stradbroke Handicap. Rise at Dawn, perhaps a borderline case to get in, and the other fellow, War Machine. How they been coming along?
Very good. War Machine worked here this morning on the course proper. Final piece of work, worked over 6 furlongs and ran home between 24, 25 seconds and did it really nice on the bridle. His action was great, had a good look at the track, and we're really happy with how he went. Regular rider Ross was very happy, so trainer's happy, rider's happy, and everyone else is happy.
He's a horse with tactical speed, but there is a lot to like about this horse, War Machine, but he's the hot favourite for the race. Are you surprised at the betting at the moment?
Yeah, I think it's a year where it's the races just fallen away a little bit. A couple they thought were going didn't end up coming, and with the race scheduling changing into the race, it's made it a little bit trickier as well. So there's been a couple of factors, and he's had a nice, really good build up into the Stradbroke. He's hitting it in peak fitness, and his win the other day was impressive. So he gets in the lightweights. So it does make sense, but that's hard to win. So we'll need a lot of luck, and hopefully if we get it and get the right run, he's got the ability to win.
Had Blake on him the other day, right. It's been a bit of a search for a new jockey.
Yeah, a little bit. Normally the jockeys like to wait till after the Kingsford Smith, and then that was pushed back an extra week. So we've got Tim Clark, which is fantastic. He's won a lot of good races, and he's very well performed. So I think it's we're very happy, and we're looking forward to it.
And what about the other fellow, Rise at Dawn? He's lightly raced as well. He's only a 4-year-old. Gets in the race. What are your expectations?
We've always had a high opinion of him. He ran 4th in the Doncaster, only beaten half a length. And we kind of ummed and ahed and thought this race would be beautiful for him. And at this stage, he's 24th in order. So we're hoping he does get in. We think he will. But if he gets in, the way he's come through Kingsford Smith, he was bouncing this morning here. He'll run really well. So come on.
Since the Doncaster, you're in a grade 4th. You then decide that the Stradbroke might be a good race for you?
Yeah, we just wanted to see how he pulled up, and it was a pretty easy decision. Comes in warm weather off this one, and then you can have a little holiday up here as well, because it gets quite cold in Melbourne at this time of year.
Yeah, so they're both in good order. It's a race that Lindsay Park want to win. I heard you on the radio the other day and say, well, the Lindsay Park hasn't won a Stradbroke. And you go back a long way. It's a real dynasty of training.
Yeah, well, we're third generation, us boys, and we've had a couple of attempts, and it's a race that Colin never really targeted. We didn't have too many runners up here, but we had a runner last year with Here to Shock, and then this year we've got 2 great chances. So if we could win it, it'd be a big tick, and it'd be really good to get one for Lindsay Park.
What about the Q22? You've got Banker's Choice ready to line up, had a solo gallop this morning. Is he up to this level of competition?
Look, I hope so. He was very good in the Mornington Cup. He ran here the other day, and it was a very good effort on a very, very wet track, and a while between runs, back in trip, 1800 is probably not his most preferred trip, but now we get out to 22, and he galloped well here this morning. He's an enthusiastic horse in track work. He always does everything at 110%, but thought he did a good job. He worked well, his recovery was great, and at this stage it's looking like a very competitive field. There's quite a few in it that go quite well, but he deserves to be there.
We're carrying a fair bit of punters' money, I dare say, on Saturday, the Haynes boys, as they settle up those runners going around Eagle Farm. And Will Michelle dominant favourites for Stradbroke. Yeah. Our next race from Scone's not far away, and we've got the promising one from Nathan Dorkamp here in the form of Dubai Gold. We heard Nathan speaking to, I think it was Belinda earlier, and saying that he thinks that this 3-year-old will get through his grades, and this might be a good kick-off point for him in the campaign after dominant win there at Tamworth last start. A couple of really nice trials, Gav. There's been continued support for it, and at 2:15, might even start a little bit shorter. We'll see how it pans out as we get back to you. So it's getting a little bit dark there at Scone.
Yeah, you're not wrong, man. The mercury's plummeting all the time. As the minutes tick away, Jace, ahead of the final event, punters have been very much on top here today. Mo feed heavily back to the first. Signatories started second, both but was well supported in race 2 and 1. Likewise, backward glance in race 4. Calico Miss was 2:15 into 2s on. Oakfield Mercury was well back. Shutter was 2:25 into about $1.70 at the jump. So not as well on top here. And Dubai Gold is 3:50 into 2:15 for the last. Okay, 4:390. Release point at 480 and 1 Express at 8:50 on the next line of betting. Class 1 over the 1100 metres to wrap up the day. As we have a look at them, starting off with Gold Sluice here, Belinda number 2, first up at Todd Howlett and Michaela Weir.
Physically, he's definitely strengthened with time. I love what he done last preparation with a win in a couple of placings. He's a genuine forward, roll along type. He's had the 2 trials this prep. The first probably had me more convinced than the second. I think he can run a nice race, but he will only improve as moving forward.
3 years out, we move to 4 then. This is Monarch Express for Jordan Lee and Brett Knock.
Yeah, I saw a bit of him last preparation up at the Northern Rivers. I loved his run at his second race start at Lismore, where he improved out of sight from his debut run. He backed that up with a nice win over the 1300 at Lismore. He's had one run back where he got a long way back from an awkward gate, but the best piece of his work was late. Just how that form reference links up to a few horses here. Generally, I find Scone form references will be a couple of lengths stronger than the Northern Rivers, but no doubt he'll be winning his fair share of races.
5 is out onto archaic course number 6 with Todd Hallett and Aaron Bullock.
He's only lightly raced, but he's been doing a good job. There was a change in tactics put through last start that was here on the Friday at Scone behind Shropshire Lad. The change in tactics was for him to be ridden quieter and with barrier 13 in the big field. That saw him end up a long way off the main speed. He made up a stack of ground to eventually only be beaten around 2 lengths. I thought he done a great job. If he can hold some kind of position, hopefully midfield or a touch better from barrier 6 here this afternoon, I think he's a clear danger to my top pick.
Number 7, here's the well-back favourite to buy gold, Nathan Doyle combining with Ash Morgan.
Yeah, he's a lovely type, and he certainly has only improved since last time I saw him. He was a winner of his maiden around 6 weeks ago. That was when formerly with Mark Newton, and he did it all on raw ability. It's been new, he's done a lot wrong. Obviously, probably the next stronger company, as you'd expect, up in grade here this afternoon. We've had 2 trials in the new stable. Both have been really encouraging in good form. I expect him to put himself up on top of the speed and take a lot of run.
Just on clue is number 8 with Stephen Hill and JBO.
Yeah, well, you can't get much of a read off the trial because you took it straight out of the gates and the rider fell off. So that's open to interpretation. But I think you only have to run up to what you've shown us last preparation in good quality races to be competitive back in country grade. Can't knock the parade from her. She was very close to the mark.
Piccolino put a win on the board last start. On to the 9 for Paul Perry and Mitchell Bell.
Yeah, he's just heading out on the track now, and he deserved that win. He's a horse that's continued to improve in racing. He's deep into the prep now. I know that he took 12 goats to get the win out of the way, but he's always been a horse that's promised a little bit and should take good comfort from that.
Release Point is in the market. Number 11, first up for Rod Northam and Anna Roper.
He put my eye when he wasn't as well for the first up for Simon. I have no doubt that this will be short of his best. I expect him to be getting a long way out of his ground, so watch out for him over the concluding stages to possibly do a month.
Certainly the colours that Spilt came in and was challenged here during the carnival a few years back. Anyway, we digress on to 14 and Toka. Justin Bowen, Shannon Llewellyn.
It's for the 29 goes for just the one win, which came on a very heavy surface around 4 months ago. That was at Armidale. She's had a few goes since where she's only just been okay. We're looking to find her back in easier ground on unaffected ground.
And it's probably the last of them. Second up for Michelle Fleming and Serge Disney.
Yeah, just had one run back over the 1,000 metres. It's in the same race as Toka found itself in last start when the beaten on the ring with a couple of minor excuses. This looks hard to go.
My gold favourite here in the final event on the program. So got into as short as 2:15. In terms of the market now, just out of touch to 2:40. It's still a clear-cut favourite. The paid force 360 has been very solid. So the Release Point. Release Point has gone $4.40 out to $4.08. The move has been Monarch Express. Jordan Lee won the first race today with no fees at the card. Monarch Express was 9 to $6.50. Belinda, they're off to the gates ahead of the last.
Yeah, well, I just want to first of all touch on Gold Sluice. He's first up. He's had 2 trials. I like the first. What do you make of the second?
Yeah, he's probably a better horse rolling along front. He's going well, and hopefully, but he probably wants further, to be honest. Yeah.
Looks like he's really strengthened from last prep.
Yeah, he has. He's a nice horse. Yeah, he'll do well.
Right. And also Archaic Force, so you put through a change of tactics to ride him quieter last start, but with the big field and his wide gate, that saw him get well back.
Yeah, he probably got back further than we needed to last time, but I think that's the way to ride him too. He needs partner with things. Yeah.
He must have been happy with the last 100 metres of his work.
Yeah, no, he thinks. Hoping. Yeah, that's,
6 today, I'm hoping for a midfield position.
yeah, he'll be midfield. It's like that's just
feedback.
The maiden over a touch shorter, but seems to be improving all the time.
He does. He's a lovely horse. And, yeah, really happy with both. Trying to have the dual runners here. Gold Sluice. The other one is Archaic Force. Archaic Force, second favourite behind. And that horse on the screen, which is to buy gold, comes in first up. That's a couple of trial wins joining Nathan Doyle. 4 of them in single figures, given out the Gold Sluice, which is heard from the top. Final event, just over 4 out, Melinda, opening late mail time.
I saw it as a race in 2, and the market has signalled an outside ride. So I've gone the way of Blue Bright Gold, originally received the second line, but money has continued to come for him throughout the afternoon. He's off the back of around a 6-week fresh, and he's come to the new stable. He was formerly trained here with Stephen Jones. He had a bit of time with Michael, who broke the maiden, and then obviously he has 2 trials there, but it's a lovely type. I've seen a little bit of it in the past and continues to improve. I think ability is going to take him a long way here this afternoon. From the 6 Archaic Force, who was an eye catcher for back in the field over the Scone Carnival. As you heard with Todd, that change of tactics probably played against him somewhat, but saw him go a long way back from the white gate. But no doubt, Karen will have him in a beautiful spot here this afternoon with his draw going at 6. He finds himself in a good position. He's in striking distance. I think you need to be very late in the piece. The 2 Gold Sluice, no doubt being improved over a touch further, but has shown the ability that was there in his first racing preparation. The North Kids comes off, the tongue tide goes on. He's had the 2 trials. The second of those indicated that he may need a touch further, but another way to present it physically, and the 8 just on the scene, glaring issues. Turn up and show what she's shown early last preparation. And with placing at the Mitchell Gray, we won out of the box that we run to Gray. Had one trial, which was hard to get it quite off, but certainly not with us in this field, but at a $39 top, 76 to 8.
Okay, they're prepared to let you on this favourite. Let you buy gold, 315 to 215, just getting now out to 280. Archaic Force rock solid at that $3.60 quote. Now some money for a release point. It got out initially, it's back into $4, and immense the money for Monarch Express. Went 90 to down to 650, it's now just got back out at 1.5. The Gold Sluice turn out at 12 from earlier today. Wrap up the program. Bit of it. Country Day Racing, as I say, 6 of the 7 winners thus far have been very, very well backed. It's only Rod Oliver's horse to find hard. It's the only one of double figures. The others were all very well backed.
Yeah, and Hunter Johnson was popular this afternoon. I think all involved would have to be really impressive other Saturday throughout the afternoon. So it's seen that it's up on top of the speed. The speed is well back in the field also. So it's got 7 that went to the stop 6 to the rail at 5. But then it's no distance again to another as well.
Thursday we go racing at Gosford. 8 races on the program down there. And then Newcastle back up. They raced last Saturday and also back up this weekend. Stradbroke Queensland on Saturday. And races all over the place. No shortage of places to have a bet.
No, plenty of racing on, and obviously, in terms of to be informed before Morgan. I think that ends up 102 for the figures in overall, but not quite this 100 in New South Wales, in Queensland, for Stradbroke.
Okay, they're behind the gates for the final event. So late round number 762 a day. Looking for the favourite. Black and the blue and yellow sleeves. Tracy Roger in the ownership, of course. Racing the target. A stack of races in those very colours. One fond memories, Tracy. Tuned in to see the scallop and now resuming for Nathan Doyle. Lucky to you alive in the quaddy, I suspect. Most tickets are shortest way home in the quaddy by gold. Archaic Force. It's
not pretty, so Dubai Gold gets home quality competitions, $27, Archaic Force $50, LA 2065, and Monarch $155.
Okay, good luck. And the final race today will be run over the 1100 as we await release point to come in, and they won't be too far off the start. He's still for race 8. Blue.
And the ladder goes in now, and it looks like just release point to low. So release point to come up, red lights flashing away, starters out front. Ready to jump. 1100 metres.
8:11.
And they're set. Away.
11 is probably not there,
Near
Ascot.
the inside, the Piccolino began nicely with St. Roy, and Gold Sluice is pressing up out deeper on the track. Then Release Point, due by Gold, pushing through now. Further back then came Monarch Express with Arcade Force. Release Point continues to get shuffled back, so it's now back to third last with a Toka, and Mr. Clue is last. The Piccolino takes up the running as they link up with the course proper. It's the Piccolino over Gold Sluice. Dubai Gold is now tracked up behind this leader, getting the sweet run. So Roy wide, Arcade Force in the centre of that pack, followed by Monarch Express. Release Point at Toka, and Mr. Clue was back at the tail around the bend, and drifting about 3 off the inside as the Piccolino. Plenty of room for Dubai Gold to get through. Arcade Force stoking up down the centre, and then Gold Sluice, Monarch Express, and Release Point is starting to finish off wider on the track. The Piccolino is the leader as they run inside the 200. Dubai Gold trying to get on third. Force, Release Point, Monarch Express next. The Piccolino in front. Release Point is making a big lunge. They hit it.
Man!
Release Point the outside of the Piccolino. The Piccolino, further photo third, a Toka, Monarch Express, Gold back on the inside. Desperately close going the last. I thought for sure and certain the Piccolino was going to hold on. He kept coming, Release Point. I thought he was going to miss. As they hit the line, this made it quite interesting. So is it the Piccolino or is it on the outside? Release Point have head off to box the race out. Dubai Gold will wind up in third spot. It was back underneath them. A very good finish to the final event.
Yeah, certainly. If Release Point has got up, that's a terrific effort. It's of course it's only going to move from batting quickly into the forwards and definitely in excellent order. Release Point now, their boat has gone very close over the 15 stages. From the Piccolino, who able to win right up into the last stride.
Either 9-11 or 11 and 9.
Nine's held on. The Piccolino just, wow, by a hair's breadth, has just held off. The last finishing
9-9. You got it, Ascot. 9.
First up. And Dubai Gold, who was a little bit sluggish out of the gates, who had to go back towards the inside, will wind up in third spot. Monarch Express finished fourth, number third, 9, 11, 7, and 4.
Yeah, nice win.
9-11, 7 and 4. So what happened is this, that 7 was the favorite. I couldn't find anything on this, but the 9 went through. The 9 was one of the drifts with an EW jockey, but it just went through. Then came 11, 4, 7 and 4. They were tailing. So yeah, that's what it is. It's horse racing. Anyway. Yeah. You got it, Ascot. Congratulations. All right, so that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 8 races here today at Scone, and that was the last one. But I'm going to be racing tomorrow again, probably at Doombend tomorrow. We've got Doombend and Kensington, Randwick. I'd prefer to go to Doombend. Kensington is a tricky one, but Doombend will be able to match the data that we have worked on. So we'll try to do Doombend tomorrow. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to have some fun. And thank you so much for being there, Ascot. Thank you so much, bro, for tuning in, and thank you so much for being there. Lee, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Jericho, thank you so much for being there. Have a great day, gentlemen, and stay blessed. I'll see you tomorrow.